At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy
Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Owens, joined alongside by Austin Koash, and you're watching Varsity Women's Basketball live here on YouTube. Tonight's matchup features the Andover Trojans, who are sitting at 7-11, and your Valley Center Hornets, who are 7-12. And Austin, what are your keys here tonight?
Well, Caleb, I think there's a lot to play for in this gym tonight. Obviously, we'll get into the specifics of the boys later on. But for this girls team, they were 7-13 last year. And like we talked about, just improvements with a young team. Last year, there was a lot of seniors. This year, only 3 seniors. And so there's a lot of young talent that can come up. And so when you improve just by 1 win, it says a little bit of something. And then obviously in the next couple of years, keep improving. So that's one key. And then the next key is a play-in game. The Hornets, the matchup is already versus Goddard. But it depends on if this Hornets team can win tonight. They can play Goddard here at home, which they already won this year. They already beat Goddard at home this year for the play-in game for sub-state. And I think that's a big thing you were telling me. That's just big no matter what. A home playoff game is always fun, Caleb. And so tonight, there's a lot to play for in this gym. If you're a basketball fan, it's a great time here in Valley Center.
Well, coming up soon, the national anthem sung by Kyla Burdick and Sophie Gertz. Make sure to tune in for that. We'll be back here at Hornet Studios in just a moment. Welcome back, basketball fans. That was Kyla Burdick and Sophie Gertz singing the national anthem. And starting lineups now. Starting us off here, we're going to go ahead and start off with the Hornets. Number 4, Anna Eldridge. Number 5, Samara Rice. Number 10, Hallie Britton. Number 20, Olivia Needens. And number 21, Michaela Hayden. senior night here tonight, Austin, and 3 seniors starting here for the Hornets. Hayden, who's been a big role in the post, Olivia Needham, who started to find her reps scoring-wise, and Samara Rice, who's certainly been a leader off the court so far this season. What would you say about them?
Well, Caleb, just going in depth of all these players, Olivia Needham, she's played and she's had more of a supportive role in the cast last year. This year, she's started, just like you said, she's scoring the ball pretty efficiently. She's led the team in scoring a couple of times this year, and so that's always fun to see. And then you got Michaela Hayden. She's solidified her spot in the post this year. She's done a great job scoring for the Hornets on the inside. And then also on the defensive side of the ball, she does a good job. And then Samara Rice, she hasn't had the most playing time this year, but when she comes in, she's a fire, like you said, and she's a she's a leader off the court, and she does a great job just being that happy, energetic girl that this team needs. A lot of times when your team's losing a little bit more than some of these girls would like 7 and 12, it's a long season, and it's hard to keep having that attitude, that great attitude all season long. And Samara Rice has been the epitome of doing that this year.
Well, so far, can't quite see the starters from here. My apologies, but for Andover, we know they're a very talented team. A few seniors as well that have certainly had big impacts.
5'7" senior, number 21.
And Caleb, I think tonight's impact players for Valley Center, and I truly believe this, there's not going to be one player that goes off tonight. It's going to be a full team effort. It's been like that a lot of times this year, but tonight, especially it being senior night, this is what the Hornets need. And then for Andover, it's going to be Mallory Wolfson. She's committed to play college basketball. She does a great job for this Andover team, and the Hornets need to stop her tonight if they want any success, and then also guard the paint. They didn't do that in the last matchup. That's why they lost.
Well, starters tonight for the Andover Trojans, number 3, Brooke Walker, number 11, Mallory Woolston, who you mentioned, Austin. Then number 20, that's Kate Ralston. Number 24, Brooke Eby, and number 25, Kylie Forney. And so here come the Trojans starting us off. Hornets early on aggressive. It's Hallie Britton who fouls right there.
Well, Caleb, and I believe because of Keisha rules, Frank Martinez, he did announce the normal starting lineups and not the senior night starting lineup. So Michaela Hayden, Samara Rice, they had to come in off the bench. So it doesn't get marked down as a start. But they're going to start out here for the Hornets. Probably get a lot more playing time than normal tonight because it is their senior night. Last home game, unless they can win tonight. But last for sure home game for them this year. And so that was this very selfless act for the Hornets to just do that right there. But for the defensive side of the ball tonight, looks like they're going to come out in a 1-3-1. I like that decision because Andover doesn't take care of the ball that well, Caleb, and the Hornets going to have to force some steals tonight.
When we see Andover trying to work the paint a little bit, clearly the Hornets have been able to shut it down on this first possession. From deep, it's Brooke Walker who knocks down a 3.
Andover, they make a basket, and they're going to try to press this Hornets team all night. They want this win just as bad, if not more, than the Hornets do, and they're trying to get themselves a spot for the playoffs and get themselves a home playoff game too, Caleb.
Well, here's Eldridge up top. It's Britton over to Needens. Eldridge looking inside, and Hayden, who started to develop underneath scoring-wise, and then Needens, who's playing in the high post at the moment. And it's Samara Rice looking inside. Now here's Eldridge back up top. Well, and Austin, talk about the leadership that's on the floor. This Hornets team had lost to Andover in their last matchup, and that was certainly a tough one to watch, and I know they certainly took that personally. What changes do they need to make here tonight?
Well, Caleb, they've already changed their defense. Last time they came out in a man-to-man, and it was successful sometimes, and it was successful guarding the 3, which is interesting because Andover's shooting a lot of 3s in this game, but what was not successful was guarding the paint. So they're going to switch into the 1-3-1, try to help and get the double team down low on number 20, Ralston, a lot tonight. And so that's what the differences I've already seen in this game. The Hornets on offense right now just not taking care of the ball.
Well, right there, a quick bucket by Brooke Eby.
Well, Caleb, and I think we haven't talked about it for quite some time, since both teams, both the girls team and the boys team, have kind of switched out of the 1-3-1, done more man-to-man defense here in the later half of this season. But when they are in the 1-3-1 defense, it does allow easy points underneath if they don't rotate correctly. And when the Hornets did play this 1-3-1, they had some trouble rotating a little bit. And so tonight, the Hornets, that's what they have to do. They got to rotate well. They can't overcommit. If they overcommit, things will go south quickly.
Well, a rough pass there by Brooke Walker. And so Hornets ball. We're seeing Andover put a little bit of pressure on what appears to be a 1-2-2 at the moment. They've done that the past couple possessions. A takeaway right there by Kate Ralston. And kick out there. Working it back around up top. They have an initial 5-0 lead. And inside, it is Brooke Eby who has the bucket. And she's standing at 5'11" tonight for the Trojans. Here's Eldridge and Needens trying to break the press.
Well, Caleb, and the Hornets, they're going to check some people in, but right now they're just not looking like themselves. Somebody's got to come in and do something different. And when the Hornets go down 9 early like this, it's hard to get back on track, Caleb. This timeout, something needs to change.
We'll see you back here in just a moment.
I'm a patriot and a mechanic, which means I know the difference between a symbol and a tool. The American flag is a symbol of everything that I would die to defend. This is a tool. It says nothing about my politics. I wear it to protect the people that I love. We have a job to do, and this is the right tool for that job.
Well, an early 9-0 lead for the Andover Trojans. Austin, what are the Hornets going to change here?
Well, the Hornets subbed in Kinnenberg along with Koash, who have been solid starters for this team this year. A little bit more on-court experiences this year. But this press by the Andover Trojans is really interesting. They have the two speedsters up front, but then they have Ralston playing at the midcourt Woolston, which kind of helps the length with every pass. Every pass is being tipped, especially when it goes Ralston's way. That's why Andover is getting steals. And again, Valley Center, it's an easy press to break with what they're doing. All they have to do is get the pass over the head of a defender, and then that right there just helps them get started even more.
Well, right there's the pass over the head by Kelsey Kinnenberg, and then it's Hallie Britton, who certainly had a year around the arc this year. Walker looking inside. It's Eby. Cross-court pass to Woolston. And I'm going to say Woolston's foot was out of bounds, so it's Hornet ball.
Well, Caleb, and obviously a three-point basket helps. That was by Hallie Britton. But then on the defensive side of the ball, we've seen it the last couple of games. Allie Koash has turned it up on the defensive side of the ball. And right there, the Hornets switching to a man. She kept with Woolston, and she did a great job. Excuse me, that was number 3, Walker. And she kept with her, and that's what's been successful.
Well, right there, a pass off the mark, and Trojan ball. Halfway through this first quarter, 6 points is the difference here. It's Brooke Walker, who's averaging 11 points a game. She's second on the team in scoring. Here are the Trojans. It's Ralston, or my apologies, Woolston.
Yeah, Caleb, and this Hornets team, they did what I thought they would do. They switched into the man defense that worked last time, semi-worked last time, I should say. They didn't win that game, but that's what they need to do. The Hornets just have to stay with their man right now, stay with who they're guarding, because right now that was an open 3.
Well, and that was Walker who knocked it down there. A foul inside. It's Koash who's fouled.
Well, Caleb, and with the early start by Andover, and then some of the normal starters having to come in, and they're a little bit out of sorts too. So, like we said, the three-point shot by Hallie Britton, it started a little bit of the more energetic side, but now the Hornets have to just figure out ways to score, get stops on defense.
Well, there's Koash knocking down her first. Checking in here for Andover, number 4, Sydney Anderson. And in for the Hornets, number 25, Anna Oliverson. And then Needens heads to the bench, and for the Trojans, it's Ralston. And there's Koash off the mark. Aboard there by Eby, so here comes Walker leading the way for the Trojans. She's guarded by Koash. Inside, nothing there for Forney. Forney, who didn't get the start last time for the Trojans, got the start this time and certainly been an early impact. Inside, Eby off the mark. Loose ball, and it's finally picked up by Eldridge. Here comes Britton.
Well, Caleb, on that last possession, the Hornets did a great job of what they didn't do last time, and that is making sure they grab the rebound and not let Andover get second chance opportunities.
Beautiful pass inside, but a missed bucket and a steal by Eldridge. 2-on-1, and the passing has been beautiful tonight from the Hornets. It's Eldridge with the offensive board and the putback.
Well, Valley Center, this girls team struggled a little bit shooting at home, Caleb. Not 100% sure why. You'd think at shooting at home you'd have a little bit of home field advantage, but Valley Center, the layups are missing. The sloppy play has only gotten them 6 points, and in a quarter, if they can put just 4 more points up in 2 minutes, it gets them a little bit closer. And obviously, the biggest thing is Andover is only going to press after a made bucket. So if the Hornets can keep Andover from scoring, they're not going to press, and then the pressure doesn't get to Valley Center. So the defense is what's going to cause the Hornets to be able to score on offense, and that's what they need to excel at and really put their focus in.
Well, Brooke Eby on the offensive foul that time. 2-1 is the margin, led by the Trojans. It's Eldridge inside, knocks it back out. There's Kinneberg, and she has the putback layup.
Well, Kinneberg, she's done a great job shooting the ball this year, but as of late, we've kind of seen her sister genes in, or what her sister did last year, and that's just being able to put the ball up in the inside and score almost at every time.
Well, answering it right there, Brooke Walker inside with the backwards layup, and what a move by Walker. Here come the Hornets. It's Britton lobbing it ahead to Oliverson, and you talk about her sister's genes there. We've seen Oliverson develop that over-the-head type of catch. The attempt there, and incomplete.
Well, the Hornets just need to take a deep breath right now, Caleb. They started out in a hole, and they're still in a 6-point hole, a 6-point deficit, I should say. But at the end of this quarter and right now, they just need to take a deep breath. The game's not over. A lot of basketball to be played, but Andover right now shooting pretty lights out, which they didn't do in the last matchup.
And that's sophomore Sydney Anderson who knocks down a 3. Loose ball takeaway by Walker, and the fight in Koash keeps them alive. A foul called. And they're going to get that on Sydney Anderson.
Well, and again, we've seen a lot of games this year that haven't been pretty, but the Hornets have yet to kind of pull out one of these ugly wins. Usually it's either a close loss or in the second half it gets away from them. This is the game that the Hornets need to win the ugly one. So the next game that they're going to play, it's already solidified against Goddard. Just don't know where it's going to be yet. But the Hornets, that one's a do or die. This one, in my opinion, this is kind of a do or die too, because coming off of a loss to Andover, which is the same record as you, and going into that Goddard game, the Hornets really just need to find something, get hot at the right time, as most people would say.
Well, right there, aboard by Eldridge after a missed shot, and it's Kylie Forney who just checked in for the Trojans. And then it's Eldridge inside off the mark. But Austin, I would ask, if they do lose this game, they'll travel to Goddard, and they have beat Goddard at Goddard so far this season. If they do have to travel there, what's your prediction?
Well, Caleb, it's been close matchups every time that the Hornets have played Goddard, and it's really hard to beat a team 3 times, especially when everything's on the line. And if the Hornets do lose, like I said, it's hard to beat someone 3 times, let alone do it at their house.
Well, inside, it's Koash, and she's fouled in the process. They'll call it on the floor, so an inbound to come. And on the other side, it was Sydney Anderson who knocked down the bucket.
Right now, the Trojans, they've scored 18 points in the quarter, Caleb, and we've seen a lot of teams do this to Valley Center, but Andover doing it is not what the Hornets expected, and so they got to come out. Their defense has to be 10 times better than what it is on with the intensity in the second quarter.
Well, right there, a missed shot by Kinneberg to round us off. 8 minutes gone, and we will see you back here for the second quarter on Hornet Studios. Here to Hornet Studios, and if you're just now joining us, a quarter of great shooting by Andover, and the Hornets found their offensive scoring about halfway through that first quarter. That puts us at 18-8, but Austin, what you see in that first quarter?
Well, Hallie Britton just shot right there, and she almost made a three. That could have been big, because what the Hornets need right now is obviously some offensive production, but it's mainly stimulating on the defensive side. They got to turn up their defense, like I mentioned right before the break, and then offensively, it's got to be movement, the off-ball movement, everything in between, like Andover's doing to get these easy shots. That's what Valley Center needs to be doing.
Well, here comes Coash after the takeaway by Britton. Kinneberg, and a missed pass there. So here's Britton. Coash working inside over to Oliverson, not there. And an offensive board by Oliverson gets the Hornets in double digits.
Well, and Caleb, there's a lot of basketball to be played, and we both know that. And this girls team, they know that. Coach Preheim, just knowing what some of his pep talks are, this girls team knows that, and so they're going to come out in the second half. I expect it to be a little bit prettier than what it was in the first quarter, but this isn't going to be a pretty win no matter what for either team. Both teams got to play good, but right now for Andover, it's been pretty solid for them. They're doing a great job shooting the ball.
Well, it's Woolston this time who knocks it down. 21-10 is the score. Certainly been a high-scoring affair on Andover's side. Here the Hornets trying to match that.
Well, Caleb, and I truly think that the reason Andover is scoring so well right now is they're playing fast, and it all stimulates with the full court press. They're putting the pressure on the Hornets, and so they are in control of the game right now. Valley Center, I'd love to see a press from them. They did that in the Andover game last time, and it worked for about a quarter when they did it. So they need to go into a press or just get something to stimulate more energy.
Well, Coach Seth Anderson sees something he doesn't like. We'll be back here after a short message.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
Welcome back here, basketball fans. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash. And Just under 2 minutes through this second quarter. What have you seen thus far, Austin?
Well, Caleb, the Hornets' defensive intensity has skyrocketed just a little bit, but I think the biggest thing right now is Andover's just shooting lights out, and Valley Center needs to be able to grab rebounds, and then on the other end, so what it looks like right now, it's going to be a high-scoring affair. Valley Center's got to be able to convert. It's all stimulates like the off-ball movement, and the Hornets starting to run some plays a little bit better. Credit to Andover right now. They're not giving anything easy to Valley Center.
Well, Coash over to Sakura Smith, who checked in during the timeout. And another takeaway by the Trojans. Here comes Brooke Walker, just a freshman, Austin, and she's second on the team in points. A missed shot by Evie and a putback by Woolston. So a bucket. My apologies, Kate Ralston.
Well, Caleb, the thing that killed the Hornets in last matchup is Andover out-rebounded them and offensively and defensively, and it was just an all-around dominance on the boards by the lengthier Andover team. But Valley Center, you got to combat that with effort. And right there on that last possession, there was only one person down underneath on the block. And so Valley Center's got to find that effort like we talk about a lot, Caleb.
Inside, what a layup there by Allie Coash. And she'll head to the line for one.
Well, it's plays like that. It's those little momentum-shifting plays that, you know, at the time, it was a great move. This could be an extra point for the Hornets to bring it back within 10. But it's just these little difference makers in this game. Maybe a turnover caused by this Hornets defense after this, and that could be the difference in this quarter.
Well, Coash off the mark on her three-point attempt. So here comes Andover. It's Brooke Walker and Anna Eldridge set to check in just over halfway through this second quarter. Inside, a great move by Woolston, and she has the bucket. Here's Coash pushing it ahead to Kinneberg, pass off the mark and out of bounds. Eldridge checks in for the Hornets. A timeout by the Hornets, and we will be back here in just a minute.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
We're back here at Hornet Studios in Austin. We saw this press last time against Andover. How can the Hornets beat it, and what do you think Coach Trent Preheim is telling them?
Well, Andover, they've done the same press, and what the Hornets need to do, they need to adjust. They haven't adjusted from last time, and so they need to come in and figure something out. And what's happening is Andover is putting the pressure on, and they have 4 people above the half-court line. And so what Valley Center is doing is they're playing a little bit too horizontal on the court. They need to play vertical. Right there, it was Coash who had the good look, but it was Kinneberg who was standing there waiting for the pass, when in reality what Hornets need to do is send a streaker on the side. And I say streaker, like the Super Bowl streaker. I mean, just run. Just throw the ball up to him, because in that case scenario, it's a 2-on-1 situation. If the Hornets can get that long pass, that's all you need to be able to beat this press. They did it in the second half against Andover last time, and now they're not even doing it just like what we saw last time. And so Valley Center, that's the key to breaking this press. But again, Andover only presses after makes. Just got to stop them on defense in reality.
Well, here are the Hornets on the offensive side after a missed bucket from the Trojans. It's Eldridge up top, and she's being guarded by Forney. Kinneberg, a good move by Kinneberg, loses handles on it though. A great cut there from Eldridge working inside. Thought about the jumper, and it's inside to Kinneberg. A takeaway by Forney, but it's called a jump ball. Possession arrow in favor of the Trojans. Checking in here for Andover, number 23, Chloe Christensen. And a number 21, that's Alana Shetlar, the daughter of the Andover men's team head coach.
right now, Caleb, the Hornets, they're sticking to their man-to-man defense, which I think is what they need to do, but it's, obviously the Andover offense right now, Luke, they have 3 to 4 people moving at all times, and that's the energy, the everything they need to be able to score the basketball, and they're doing it off the dribble, which is pretty impressive. Walker and Wolfson have done a great job finding the bigs inside because they drive in and use their advantages.
Well, it's Shetlar on the other side who had the bucket. And off the mark there from the Hornets from deep, 27-12 your score. Inside, it's Walker, misses on the floater, gets her own board. Kick out there. Looking inside is Woolston. Hallie Britton set to check in. And a long three off the mark. A board by Walker. And it's Shetlar working inside. Here's Walker. Woolston trying to get past Smith, not there. And a shot in the face of George is not there. Here comes Eldridge trying to push the pace. 1-on-2. And almost has the bucket. She'll be found in the process though, but Austin, look at the speed that she ran down the court with. I mean, that's just incredible, and it shows why she's so great in transition.
Yeah, and we've seen Eldridge do it all season. She gets out in front, and any steals, she's probably the first one down the court because she does a great job running the floor. But that's, just these little increments of scoring is what the Hornets need. But right now, defensively, it all comes down to rebounding. The Hornets aren't crashing the boards, and they had a couple players down there on that last possession. It was Walker against 3 Hornets, but none of the Hornets went for the rebound because it was kind of out of the reach a little bit. And that's that tenacity that a player needs to have to be able to go after those. And right now, Valley Center, you're just not seeing that.
Well, inside, shot off the mark from Shetlar, and a jump ball possession in favor of the Hornets. Checking in here, Kylie Forney. And then while you're talking, Austin, checking in during the free throws was Hallie Britton, Michaela Hayden, and Anna Eldridge. Or my apologies, Allie Koash. Here she is up top. She's guarded by Anderson. It's Kinneberg working on Shetlar. Koash thought about the three, a left-handed drive. Kick out there to Kinneberg. Hornets looking around the three-point arc. And a foul called. They will get number 25. That's Kylie Forney, her second. 1:34 remaining in this first half.
Well, Caleb, you talk about fouls, and the Trojans have committed 7 to the Hornets committed 1. And I think a lot of it is due to the energy and the aggressiveness that this Andover team's playing with. But Valley Center, fouls aren't everything, but just to show the aggressiveness, you never want to have only one foul, and it's not because it's not calling on both sides. It's just because the Hornets just flat out aren't playing as aggressive as what the refs are letting them play and what Andover's playing right now. And so credit a little bit of the fouls to the Hornets doing a great job driving in. But other than that, Andover just has that aggressiveness, and that's why they're fouling a little bit more than the Hornets. But Valley Center, 1 foul and a half doesn't show the aggressiveness that you want to see.
Well, a board by Koash. Here comes Eldridge in transition, and there's that speed. Kick out to Britton, and Kinneberg wide open from deep. Not there. A board by Koash offensively. And then it's Britton who fires off a deep ball. Koash inside with a second offensive rebound, and she's fouled in the process, heading to the line for a 1-on-1.
Well, Caleb, the Hornets on that possession, Koash did a great job crashing the boards. Coach Freehan said something to her on the other end about not crashing the boards, and so she went in there and she got 2 offensive boards, is what Valley Center needs, grabbing those rebounds. And if you can get second chance opportunities, you got to capitalize. Koash already missing 1 free throw. Need to capitalize on the second one to bring it within 11 again.
Well, here's Koash. And off the the mark there. Aboard by Walker. Under a minute remaining. Hornets still in that man-to-man that they switched into after their 1-3-1. And knocked away, taken away by Kinneberg. Here's Kinneberg working inside. Kick out to Coash. Thought about the three. Gives it up for a better shot. It's Britton. And there's Hallie Britton. Knocks down the three-point basket.
Well, Caleb, you said it right there. Give it up for the better shot. We've seen the very elite teams that the Hornets have played this year do that same thing. Coash, she had the three, but she gave it up for an even better one. And Hallie Britton, she's a lights-out shooter from that corner.
Well, 20 seconds, now 15 remaining in this first half. Trojans likely to take the last shot. And a 5-second call on Brooke Walker.
And Caleb, that wouldn't have happened if Coash wasn't in the face of Brooke Walker. She wasn't even aware. She was just trying to waste the clock, and normally that would work. But with Valley Center and Coash on that possession, putting the pressure on, it caused that call.
Well, here are the Hornets. It's Britton from deep, not there. Offensive board by Michaela Hayden, and not quite inside, 27-18 after one half of play. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash, and we'll see you back here in just about 10 minutes.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe for ourselves and for others. The same is true for our hospitals, but right now we are pushed to our limits because this isn't a COVID crisis, it's a health crisis.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or, if you're hosting an event yourself, and want a friendly catering option. Or, if you have other questions, you can call them at 316-253-8832.
And welcome back here to Hornet Studios. 16 minutes of play gone and 16 minutes remaining here in this home matchup for your Valley Center Hornets. 27-18 your score, and the Hornets certainly pushed it a comeback late in that second quarter. What'd you see?
Well, Caleb, they want the comeback, and you can kind of tell, but they just been kind of out of sorts. And I think at halftime, it's a reset point. This half is 0-0. Now, and I say that, and that's kind of a football terminology, and it's 0-0 at halftime, but the Hornets have to come back. They have to make, right now the deficit's 9. They have to be able to put, 3 possessions at least. They have to be able to come back by those possessions. So the Hornets, they have a tough task in the second half, but I think number one is going to be the pressure. If the full court press is pretty easy to break, if the Hornets can send somebody and send somebody down the side of the court, get the ball past half court as fast as possible, play vertical, do not play horizontal, and then on offense, they scored 18 points. It's not going to be enough. They got to ball out on offense, and it all comes down to off-ball movement, moving with a purpose, and driving in.
Well, Austin, I want to talk about that press, and obviously beautifully strategically, and I want to mention the first game of the McPherson tournament. You saw early on Hornets struggled because of those presses. Once they started to break them, McPherson started to back off, and that's when the game blew wide open. How do they break it here in the second half? You mentioned the streaking. Do you have any other ideas as to how to break that?
Well, Caleb, the Hornets won't have a problem if they start to break it. Obviously, sometimes you can over. They're going to back off of this press if the Hornets can keep breaking it. They're not. No team has ever stayed in a press when it gets broken every time. So Valley Center got to figure out how to break it. It all comes down to the playing vertical, like I said, and then the biggest thing is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. They need a help defense. It's got to be a help defense. Everyone, all five, at least four, with one outlet pass. But all 5 to 4 players need to be crashing the boards, boxing out.
All right there, a make by Brooke Walker, who had a layup and was fouled. So the three-point play to start off the Trojans, 30-18 your score. And here are the Hornets, passing it to perfection, breaking this press on their first possession of the second half. It's Eldridge who backs out. Inside, kick out to Britton from deep, not there. And a board by Needens, kick out to Eldridge. A jumper from the short corner, not enough. And here comes Walker after a rebound. A takeaway by Coash, but it's in vain. I believe they're going to get Kinneberg on the foul.
And Caleb, right there, what the Hornets did on offense, it was Needens who went after the rebound. That's what you like to see. But then on the obviously the Hornets, we've talked about it, they don't shoot very well at home, but it's going to have to come off a little bit easier shots. In high school basketball, all you see really, to an extent, is three-point shots and layups, and that's what Valley Center needs to get back to. They've done it all season. That's why they have 7 wins. Try to get the ball inside and then use the kick out, and that's going to come from putting the ball on the ground, dribbling, and off-ball movement.
Well, here are the Trojans, a great cut by Brooke Walker. So here comes the Hornets after that bucket by the Trojans, over and back there. And a good pass, just received off the mark, so Andover possession once again.
And there's a lot of mental mistakes going on right now, Caleb, and it's senior night. This Hornets team, they're young players, but there's a lot more to play for than just the seniors. But if anything, this Hornets team needs to play for their senior friends. One of them being on the court right now, Olivia Needens. This is a team sport, but at the same time, you gotta play for your teammates every possession.
Well, right there, what a move by Anna Eldridge. And she has the bucket. The first of the half by the Valley Center Hornets. And a missed shot there by Evie. The board comes from Needens, so she'll run it down the court.
Well, Caleb, if the Hornets can stay in a 1-3-1 and be able to rotate well, I see it being successful. Right there, it was a good rotation by Kinneberg, and so that's why the Hornets had the opportunity. And on the defensive side, so if they want to switch it to the 1-3-1, I like that decision for now, but you can't let the paint get clogged up by this Andover team, because they will push the ball into the paint if they see an opportunity.
Well, travel right there by Coash, attempting a 3. Under 6 minutes remaining in this third quarter. A toss on over to Anderson. She's guarded by Kinneberg. Looking inside. It's Forney over to Walker. Not there. A board by Anderson. Loose ball. And picked up by Forney. A rocket pass. And it's over to Eby, who has the bucket.
Okay, well, that's what I mean by overcommitting. And right there, the Hornets, yeah, ball was on the floor. They were going for it, but a couple of the backside Hornets were not in position, one being the low block. You have to guard the block before the three-point line.
Well, right there, what a move by Eldridge, but off the mark on the layup. But Austin, looking at that last possession, Hornets did an incredible job of breaking the press.
And that's what they did. Eldridge, she did a great job to streak up the field. Court, and Coash found her, and that's what the Hornets need to do to break the press. And Andover will have to back off at some point if the Hornets can keep doing that.
Well, Rachel Edwards checking in for Anna Eldridge. Here are the Hornets.
Well, Caleb, and I say the Trojans have to back off. They're going to do it on every make for sure up until the Hornets, if Valley Center has to score the ball. The Trojans aren't going to let just the Hornets breaking the press affect them too much. They're going to have to score too.
Well, Rachel Edwards, who's been a sharpshooter so far this year, she knocks one down and cuts this deficit to 11.
Well, Rachel Edwards, she's done a great job this year coming in and knowing her role. And if you talk to her, she'll always say, if I get the chance, I want to be able to score the ball. But if I don't get the chance, there's really no opportunity for me to. And she's one of those girls, if she gets her chance on the court, she's going to take advantage of it. She's going to be an exciting player to watch alongside with Eldridge and Britton and Coash next year too.
Well, a make by Sydney Anderson. But being senior night, we don't get a chance to talk about the future quite enough. And this Hornets women's team has quite the future upcoming. It's Needon's kick out over to Britton from deep. And it's there. Hallie Britton connects on the three.
Well, Caleb, if the Hornets can hit threes, this game can get interesting quick. We know they can shoot the three ball very well, and it all stems off of getting the ball to the low block. They did it right there with Needon's. Needon's found the cross-court pass, and that was successful.
Well, we'll be back here in just a moment.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe for ourselves and for others. The same is true for our hospitals, but right now we are pushed to our limits because this isn't a COVID crisis, it's a health crisis, and we need everyone's help. Wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance, and avoid large gatherings. This holiday season,
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. Andover ball after the timeout. 3:34 remaining in this third quarter. And 36-26 your score. Hornets certainly cutting the lead, and a charge drawn by Kelsey Kinneberg. It's called on Kylie Forney.
Well, Caleb, when a team's playing defense up in the face of you, teams get uncomfortable. The offense gets uncomfortable, and they start feeling flustered. And we see it a lot with the boys team, or boys game, is it's that little push off with the arm, and it's just to get them off of you a little bit. Well, right there, Kelsey Kinneberg, she did a great job. A little bit of acting always goes a long way. Not sure she did, but that's what can help that call. And the Hornets, now they have the momentum in their hands.
Off the mark there from deep for Kinneberg. And so still a 10-point deficit, but the Hornets, as we've talked about, still pushing away at this lead, chipping away every opportunity they have. It's Walker who breaks the press single-handedly. But speaking of the press, you talked about aggressiveness in the half, and here are the Hornets showing it on the defensive side.
Yeah, Caleb, the Hornets, they're showing it with the press, but then Walker did exactly what the Hornets need to do, and that was just get up the court. Just find the opportunity to run the floor.
Well, right there, steal by Anna Oliverson, and then it's Coash who runs the court, and she's fouled in the process. It's Sydney Anderson who has her fourth personal. Ali Coash knocks down her first. And checking in here, number 23, Chloe Christensen. And Koash 1 for 2 on that stint at the charity stripe. Here comes Brooke Walker. Here's Walker finding Christensen. She's looking inside, and then it's Kate Ralston working on Kinneberg. And nothing to be found there for Woolston. But Austin, if you're the Trojans, you see them Hornets start to mount a comeback, what do you do?
Well, Caleb, but right now it's just little things, but right now it's all stemming through this Hornets defense, and that's why. But Andover, they don't have that same tenacity. They don't have that same energy they had in the first half, and now it's become kind of, and really most of this quarter, really. But now it's become Valley Center, and the ball is in Valley Center's hands. And the Hornets need to take advantage of it, and they can't keep giving the ball away. But right now, things are getting a little bit tighter. The calls are getting a little bit tighter. And so Valley Center and Andover has been adjusted and needs to adjust, Valley Center, they're going to start running their 1-3-1. They're going to switch from 1-3-1 to man multiple times to end this game. Andover, they know what they need to do to stop it, to excel in it.
Well, a takeaway right there by Koash. And it's Eldridge just barely off the mark on the layup, and she's fouled in the process, heading to the line for 2.
Foul on the Trojans, number 23. Christensen, first personal foul. That's the 4th team foul.
Here is Eldridge at the charity stripe. She's good on the first. And the Trojans cheerleaders making the trip out as well. And for the Hornets cheerleaders, a few seniors. And they've certainly been a big role off the court for this team, traveling to away games.
Well, Caleb, that free throw, as Anna Eldridge hit it, well, I think the thing that the Hornets have right now is the energy that they need, and they're playing like they know this is a do or die game, and like I said, it's not do or die when it comes to the season, but I think it's gonna determine next game more than anyone else thinks it is. And Valley Center, if you can put together an epic comeback like if they can today in this game, that's what's gonna help them for the next game against Goddard.
Well, here comes Eldridge breaking the press single-handedly. And they're going to get a foul there on Kylie Forney.
Well, that's what Walker did on the other side, was grab the ball, get the pass, and just go. Just go up the court. Eldridge did it right there. And that's what you need.
Well, very tough call right there. Ali Koash. And from this angle, I will say we're up top here, but from this angle, appeared as though her toe was not on the line. It is an over and back call. And so Trojan ball, Koash trying to tip it there. It's Walker who gets it in. And then a shot from Woolston off the mark. And a defensive board from Eldridge. She'll push it ahead to Kinneberg. Here comes that transition offense you talked about, Austin. And there's Koash from deep. It's there. Ali Koash connects from deep.
Well, right there, the Hornets, they start playing in transition. And I've said it all season, if Valley Center can play fast, it doesn't have to be all in transition, but just the intensity needs to be fast and athletic and everything in between. That's when they start to succeed. Valley Center, they're doing that to end this third quarter. Maybe get a couple more points on the board. Bring it within 2 to 3 it's already in 3 possessions. Bring it within 2 possessions, and Valley Center will have a perfect fourth quarter setup for an epic comeback on senior night.
Well, right there, a deflection by Eldridge. And certainly nothing feels better than a comeback, especially on senior night. A missed shot right there by Ralston. And it's called out of bounds. They'll get that off the hands of Anna Eldridge. Sideline inbound to come from Christensen. Gets it into Walker. Over the likeness of Edwards and has the bucket to go.
Well, Walker has done a great job all night, and the Hornets have to realize she's going to be the catalyst that this Andover team needs coming down the stretch. Valley Center, if you're running a zone, you have to have eyes on number 3, Walker, at all times, because she's been the difference maker so far.
Well, right there, a missed shot, so Andover ball. And you said it right there. Well, I'll mention that Hallie Britton checks in, but you said it right there. Keep eyes on number 3 in blue, Brooke Walker, and Coash doing just that.
Well, we're going to see it against Eli Isaacs and Gabe Phillips in the boys game, is Andover is not going to let them have an easy opportunity to even get the ball, let alone score the ball. And Coash needs to put the gears on, try to guard Walker, and right there, turn the ball over, just keep getting those little things. Unfortunately, the Hornets didn't get a shot off.
Well, that's going to round off the third quarter. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash, and it's panning out to be a good one here entering the fourth. Make sure to tune back in here to Hornet Studios in just a minute. And welcome back here to Hornet Studios. 8 minutes remaining in this contest, and Hornets trying to mount a comeback. Austin, what are you expecting here in the fourth and final quarter?
Well, both teams, they're fighting for something for this next week, and it's the home playoff game. Both of them have to play in a play-in game, essentially, meaning, they're not solidified in sub-state yet. So this next game for each team is going to be very important. But again, like I said, this game is very important because it's going to dictate so much in the next game, which for Valley Center will be played on Saturday. And again, if it's a home playoff game for both teams, I see both teams getting the win. So and that goes for Andover too in their game. So Valley Center, this is the fourth quarter. It gets crunch time. It's late in the season, last game of the season, regular season, and it all comes down to this final 8 minutes and how this Hornets team plays with the energy and tenacity that they choose.
Well, Kate Ralston gets the foul inside there. And Austin, going into the fourth quarter, do you expect any big strategical changes?
Well, I see the Hornets putting some pressure on after a made bucket on this Andover team.
Well, right there, off the mark from Eldridge. And here comes Walker. She's running up the court, guarded by Coash. And there's that 1-3-1 we talked about. You said put on some pressure. Here they are doing that. And a block from behind by Eldridge. The missed shot came from Mallory Woolston. From the baseline, it's Woolston to inbound. And Ralston working on Kinneberg. Here's Anderson. Woolston, a right-handed drive, and she'll back it out. Inside, here's Woolston. Pass over to Ralston. And the bucket inside, a foul to go along with it.
Well, Caleb, and that's the communication part of a man defense. A man-to-man defense has to have a ton of communication. And right there, the Hornets, they double team, and there wasn't a switch. There wasn't the help defense that was needed. And Ralston got the easy two, and then it's like Andover's going to get the ball back again to try to keep extending this lead that the Hornets are trying to come back from.
Well, a missed shot on the free throw and knocked out by the Hornets. A pass off the mark, and it is Hornet ball. And here's that pressure. Certainly in the fourth quarter, it can become an intense game with a lot of pressure going on.
Well, Caleb, and it's senior night for a lot of different seniors, not only for basketball, just in general. There's going to be a lot of people recognized tonight, which brings in more fans. And for the COVID-19 fans, the amount of fans we've had this year, it just hasn't been where it's normally at. So this game, it'll be a little bit more back to normal, and it's coming down. Most people are showing up for the senior night after this game and for the boys game. So Valley Center in the fourth quarter, they're going to get some more fans, and they got to feed off that.
Well, here are the Trojans working inside, a deflection by Eldridge. And they'll say it's off the hands of Kylie Forney. So it's Hornet ball. They'll inbound. Here's that 2-2-1 press from Andover.
And again, the biggest thing is to get up the floor quickly. The Hornets need to be able to try to break this press when it comes and not move horizontal. They got to move vertical.
Brooke Walker single-handedly gets a bucket, and we'll be back here at Hornet Studios in just a moment.
Check back in for the Trojans.
I'm a patriot and a mechanic, which means I know the difference between a symbol and a tool. The American flag is a symbol of everything that I would die to defend. This is a tool. It says nothing about my politics. I wear it to protect the people that I love. We have a job to do, and this is the right tool for that job.
Welcome back here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash. And we'd like to take a quick minute to thank our producer on the TriCaster, Dominic Santiago. And on the main camera tonight, it's Ryan Goebel. And on the camera on the other side of the court, right over here with us, it's Caden Barnhart. Thank you so much to them. And not only are we seniors here on senior night, but Dominic Santiago and Ryan Goebel are as well. As I said, big thanks to them. But 6:31 remaining in this contest, and Austin Hornets continuing to try and break that press. Once they get into that half-court offense, how do they win this game?
Well, I really think if Andover can keep this press up, the Hornets have to play fast in the half court and try to score without this Andover defense getting set up. And the Hornets did it right there. They're going to have to do it 11 points more. They're going to have to make up 11 points based on just doing that simple thing to where Andover cannot get set up in their defense.
Well, right there, you talked about the quick play on the other side. It happened for Koash, who had the bucket. And then it's Anderson who's off the mark on a layup. Under 6 minutes remaining in this senior night contest. Here's Eldridge, thought about the three. Left-handed drive and a step-back jumper, not there. And out of bounds. They'll say that's off the hands of Olivia Needens.
Well, Caleb, and that right there didn't go the Hornets' way, but that's what the Hornets needed, is to be able to crash the boards. Somebody's got to do it. Olivia Needens is doing a very good job of it.
Right there, a missed shot from Woolston. An effort offensive board by the Trojans. Inside, it's Ralston. Back out to Walker. Walker running the point. Here's Ralston. Looking inside. And she'll lose handles on it. A carry's called. And so a turnover there. Hornet ball.
Well, anytime the guards aren't open and the center position or the power forward position is forced to dribble and drive in, that's a good thing. That means the Hornets guards are doing a good job to shut down Andover's guards, and that's what happens in a man-to-man defense. And that's going to be successful in the late going for the Hornets if they can keep that up.
And foul called right there on Mallory Woolston, her second. Here's Anna Eldridge. And right there off the mark on the first. Checking in here for the Trojans is number 25, Kylie Forney. And then number 21, Alana Shetlar. And joining her, number 24, Brooke Eby.
After this defense, or free throw, Caleb, if it's a make, the Hornets are going to try to get in their press defense. Everyone has to be able to, number one, get into the defense, but number two, don't let the long pass. Andover goes for the long pass, and they go for the streak like the Hornets need to be doing. Valley Center's got to guard that. Look for it coming on the sidelines and not through the middle.
Well, here are the Trojans. A timeout called by the Trojans. 5:06 remaining in the fourth, and we'll be back here in just a moment at Hornet Studios.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
5:06 remaining in this senior night contest. And Austin, you mentioned during the break a switch in the Hornets defense. What'd you see?
Well, right there, the Hornets, they come out in a man-to-man full court press, and that's number one. The Hornets can't get beat. They cannot get beat deep, and Andover, that's what they're going to try to do. They do it anyway, is throwing that long pass in the zone, let alone in a man defense. They're probably going to set up 4 people at the free throw line, and they're not going to do that. But a lot of times, a lot of teams will do that, and they send somebody deep. Somebody's going to try to get the ball, and they're going to send a streaker on the sideline. Valley Center's got to be able to cover that. And then the main thing, after you don't get beat deep, the Hornets have to get the steal.
Well, right there, certainly aggressive enough, but it's Andover who breaks the press that time. Here's Forney. 10 points is the difference with under 5 minutes remaining in this contest. A steal by Koash and a left-handed layup. It's not there. A board by Woolston. And here's that high-paced contest we both wanted. We'll see if the Hornets are able to make a comeback.
Okay, if it's 10 points and the Hornets are playing like there's 2 minutes left in this game, that's good. They need to keep playing like that. Koash has to get up a little bit. Everyone has to be in the passing lanes. It has to be the high-intense basketball because with 2 minutes and 10 points, it's not almost impossible, but it's a lot harder. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds in this game to come back from 10 points, a couple of threes, a couple of steals, and this game is totally different.
All right, there, knocked out off the hands of Macy George. It's Shetlar to inbound. Throw in and knocked away by Eldridge. And there you see it intended for Walker. Obviously, that's been their intent on every baseline and sideline out of bounds play for the Trojans.
Well, Walker and Woolston, they've been the kind of dynamic duo for this Andover team, but tonight it's really just been Woolston's had a big part on the scoring end, but for the playmaking, the catalyst, as we like to call it here at Hornet Studios, it's been Walker almost the whole night.
Right there, a travel called on number 24, Brooke Eby, and then Kinneberg checks in. And George heads to the bench.
Well, Caleb, Coach Preheim just called for the 5-out offense, and if you're the Hornets, you know this Andover team's in their man-to-man that they've been in all game, and that's what the Hornets needed right there was a cut. I was just about to say it, but somebody's got to drive in, kick out, or something to that matter to be able to beat this defense.
Well, here they are trying to do just that. Britton's been amazing off the cut this year, and then it's Needens inside. She's blocked, but fouled by Mallory Woolston.
Well, in a 5-out offense, the Hornets have done a good job all year, but what you see differently that we didn't see in the beginning of the year was the off-ball cuts and off-ball pick and rolls, or excuse me, just the off-ball screens. And so right there, it got Needens open. The help defense from Andover was there. So just a note for the Hornets, it's like a mental note that, yeah, Needens gets free throws now, but if there's 2 defenders guarding me in a man-to-man defense, somebody's bound to be open at the three-point line, and those threes are the threes that the Hornets need to hit in the final 350, and that's what the Hornets need to do is make that mental note to know that your teammate is out at the three-point line if you're getting double-teamed underneath.
Well, Ashlyn Nelson checked in for Olivia Needens, and then it's a loose ball picked up by the Hornets. It's Eldridge inside looking for the layup, and she's fouled in the process. And she's fouled by Brooke Eby.
Well, Caleb, the man-to-man defense, full court, and just because we're basketball fans, we like this type of basketball. That's what I want. I wish the Hornets did every game this season, but I know that's not 100% realistic. But at the same time, it's working right now for Valley Center, all because of the effort that Coash and Britton and Eldridge are doing to guard that first pass, because in an inbound pass like this, the ball is going to either Woolston or Walker. So Valley Center is doing a good job to guard those two players right now.
Well, and you talked about the aggressiveness that they needed in that first half that they lacked, which is why they went into halftime down 9, and they're certainly seeming to find it here, trailing by a mere 6 points. And a missed shot by Brooke Eby. This hits off the hands of Olivia Needens.
Well, Caleb, that's exactly what the Hornets couldn't do, is they were in their man-to-man, but Needens wasn't ready. She wasn't on Woolston. And what I say, the ball is going to Walker or Woolston. They're the ball handlers. They're the staple points for this Andover team. Valley Center has to know where number 11 and number 3 in blue are at all times in the final minutes.
Here is number 11 in blue. That's Mallory Woolston inside, and the shot made by Brooke Eby. 3:25 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Here is Kinneberg. Needens thought about the 3, gives it off to Nelson. Inside, the layup not there. Loose ball picked up by Kinneberg and a foul called.
Well, the Hornets, it was Coash who went in. She tried to get the rebound. She didn't get it. And then Kinneberg said, I got your back, Allie. I'm going to go get the rebound too. And then she got the foul called. And if the Hornets can knock down free throws, they're called free throws for a reason. The clock doesn't move. And it's free points. The Valley Center's got to convert in this late going, because if they can get 3 points without the clock moving, that's how they're going to be able, they're going to make this comeback a little bit easy for them if they can make these.
Well, there's Kinneberg cutting the deficit to 7. Here are the Trojans and the Hornets putting on a man-to-man pressure, as we've seen so far on the past couple possessions. Foul called on Olivia Needens, her second personal.
Well, the Hornets, they have 6 fouls now. I think that is the perfect amount for this time, because under 3 minutes, they're probably going to have to make Andover shoot free throws the rest of the game. But for now, on this possession, this is good, because exactly what the Hornets did right there was off the inbound, get the turnover called. Now they're back on offense, down 7, and then the rest of the time, if the Hornets can convert right here, they're going to be down, they're going to be down 2 possessions, and that's going to be huge with free throws now, a 1-and-1 coming for Andover the rest of the game. Perfect execution by the Hornets defense right there.
And right there, a made 3-point shot by Hallie Britton. This is certainly coming down to the wire. 2:45 remaining in the fourth quarter, and a foul called. It's Brooke Walker who's fouled.
Well, Caleb, the 2 players that the Hornets don't want to foul is Walker and Woolston, because they can go to the free throw line and they can knock down shots. You talk about players just making shots in general, good players. Well, everybody seems to have, if you're a good player, seems to have a clutch gene. Brooke Walker did it last time, and she was able to knock down free throws. And that's the 2 people you don't want at the line if you're the Hornets, especially in the 1-and-1 phase where they only get 1 shot if they miss. And the Hornets now have 2 more fouls to give before they're shooting double bonus the rest of the game with 2:45 left. I think they're still in a good possession if you're the Hornets.
Well, here are the Hornets trailing by 6 points, only 2 possessions. Here's Needens, gets it into Coash, and a left-handed layup, that time off the mark, an offensive board by Eldridge. She's trapped in the corner, and then it's Needens who helps her out. A double dribble called on Needens, and a tough break there.
Okay, we've seen it all season. There's just that little hesitation with almost every player on this team, and that comes with age, that comes with varsity experience, but right there, it hurt him.
Well, a timeout. We'll be back here in just a moment. back here, basketball fans, for the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this senior night contest, and it has certainly been a heated one so far. 49-43 your score, and the Trojans getting to quick work, and a defensive board by Eldridge. So here come the Hornets. But Austin, what have you seen so far in this fourth quarter?
Well, the intensity's there for the Hornets right now. Andover also matching that intensity, so it's going to be a good game coming down to the wire. Valley Center just got to make some shots.
Inside there, a missed bucket by Coash, and then it's boarded by Walker. Here's Anderson, and there come the Hornets trapping very aggressively. And a block called. They'll get that on Hallie Britton. And heading to the charity stripe, Kylie Forney.
Well, if you're the Trojans, if you're Forney, these free throws matter a ton. Right now, it's a two-possession game, just if the Hornets can hit 2 threes. This free throw right here could make it a 3-possession game no matter what. And well, depending on a 4-point play, which we don't see that very often, Caleb. So, but these free throws right here are big for both teams. But if Forney misses, Hornets need to grab that rebound, get it down the floor quickly.
And she'll convert on the 1-and-1.
Caleb, this changes the dynamic of the game a little bit. The Hornets now, you want to score within about 15 to 20 seconds because you have one more 1-and-1 to give before double bonus free throws. You don't want to get into a situation where you where you run out of time. Obviously, time is a big factor in this game, but there's still a lot of time in basketball terms.
Well, here is Eldridge trying to preserve that time. She does just that with a right-handed layup and a bucket.
Well, Caleb, and we also want to talk about the timeouts. The Hornets have one, and so now they have none after that timeout. So if you're Coach Freeheim, you want to tell your girls, number one, you're down 2 possessions. They need to know that, but they also have to, if you're the Hornets, you don't want to shoot threes unless they're wide open. We talk about it. Give a good pass or a good shot up for an even better shot. And if you're the Hornets, that's what you need to do. If you're Andover, though, you're up by 3 possessions if you're going by 2s, 2 possessions if you're going by 3-point shots. And so the biggest thing for them is they have to hit their free throws because it's going to come down, like I said, one more foul to give for the Hornets in a 1-and-1, and then it becomes double bonus. And with a minute 43 left, this next foul will probably be in the minute 25 to minute 35 range if you're the Hornets, if you want to play that smart. And like I said, time, there's a lot of time in basketball in certain ways. At the same time, you don't want to run out of time if you're the Hornets, so you got to get those quick steals. And a 10-second violation would be huge if you're the Hornets, and they're getting close every time. Now they just need to do it.
Well, here's Walker pushing it ahead to Ralston, and then here's Woolston guarded by Britton. A trap here with Britton and Coash. Woolston works her way out of it, but not before charging Hallie Britton.
Well, Caleb, I said the Hornets need to get the foul at about a minute 25 to a minute 35 right there, a minute 28. It was a step out of bounds. They preserved their foul, and they had the Hornets now have an opportunity to score, and a good time limit left. That's perfect, and it worked out. It's the way the cookie crumbles for the Hornets, but that was exactly what the Hornets needed.
Well, off the mark there from Kenneberg. And it'll travel out of bounds. Now Andover ball, and now down 6 with a minute 3 remaining. Now's the time to start fouling, Austin. The Hornets going to continue putting on the pressure.
Yeah, Caleb, and obviously the biggest thing is and I almost thought they were going to call a 5-second violation. One ref did, Caleb, but the biggest thing if you're the Hornets is to be able to convert on offense, which has been a struggle for them, especially in the late going. And you think back to last time against this Andover team, that's what they couldn't do, and that's why they lost that game. So offensively for the Hornets, we know the ball needs to go into Anna Eldridge's hand at least once this possession, and Coash, Britton, or somebody needs to be out at the 3-point line And then also driving in is going to be a big factor because, like we've seen, Andover overcommits. They help defense. And unfortunately, the Hornets just haven't been able to hit some threes down the stretch. But that's what will be successful if the Hornets can knock them down. And then obviously the free throws and the 2-point layups if Eldridge, Coash, Britton, or any of those girls who drive the ball in well can get on the inside. But again, it all comes down to just converting points, and we talk about how easy that sounds, but in a game, and especially in a game like this, there's nerve-wracking. There's a lot of people here in the game so far, and so Caleb, this is crunch time. This is what every player lives for. Valley Center has 1 minute and 3 seconds to pull off a senior night comeback. Let's see what they do.
They're going to stop play until I believe the band is done. So play will resume right now with an inbound to Andover. It's Walker who gets past 3 Hornets, but not before being fouled. And that's the 9th team foul for the Hornets. A 1-and-1 to come.
Well, Caleb, unfortunately that foul happened against Walker, who's a very good free throw shooter. But it was a great job by Britton to go for the 50-50. That was a 50-50 call. That ball could have been stolen, or it could have been a foul, in which in this case it was a foul. Unfortunately, just not the player you want to foul if you're the Hornets. But that free throw, again, it made things interesting because now it's back up to a 3-possession game.
And there she is, knocking it down. 8 points is the difference, and Sydney Anderson will check in. No pressure to come from Andover. And we'll see if the Hornets can convert. It's Coash up top, over to Britton. Trying to work a pick and roll. Britton over to Coash. Right-handed drive inside. A floater, and she has the bucket. Here's the press. Hornets likely to foul here.
Well, the ball cannot go to Woolston or Walker.
And there it is to Walker. Hornets certainly putting some pressure on her. A cross-court pass to Woolston. Looking right side. And I believe they're going to get a foul. They'll get that on Hallie Britton. Her 4th personal foul.
Well, Caleb, and that makes things a little bit more interesting because obviously it's not a 6-point game, and it could go back up to a 3-possession game right here with these free throws. But with Britton having 4, now the teammates, her teammates need to know that she has 4 fouls, and she's kind of not a liability, but you don't want her to get her 5th foul because she is a very clutch shooter. She's a very good 3-point shooter. So Valley Center got to know that. Hallie Britton has to know that. But obviously, in the late going, sometimes you have to foul to foul.
Well, here's Coash up top, 25 seconds. Hornets trail by 8. Over to Needham. She'll fire off a 3. It's there. Hope still alive for the Hornets.
The Hornets can get a steal right here. And obviously, these missed free throws will be big if the Trojans miss them. But if the Hornets can get a steal, or now they get the rebound and get the ball down quickly, it's going to have to be a 3-point shot. There's 13.7 seconds left. Hornets have to go for a 3-point shot. They got to make that shot, and then obviously get the steal, and it'll be another 3-point shot if the Hornets want to, or excuse me, another 2-point shot if the Hornets want to win this. If this second free throw doesn't go in, Valley Centers go for the 2, in my opinion.
All right there, it's missed. Here comes Britton, 10 seconds. Over to Needens, who fired off a 3 last time. Back out to Kinneberg. Here's Needens. She'll toss up a shot, and a rebounded by Walker. Over to Forney, and that is going to do it. So the Andover Trojans come out on top here, 55-50, certainly a high-scoring affair, and that means the Hornets will travel to Goddard this coming Saturday, and I'm not sure whether or not that will be live on our Studios. We do have state wrestling that day, so I'm not quite sure, but we'll keep you updated via Hornet Studios Twitter. But certainly a great game to watch here. Unfortunate that the Hornets fall. Thank you so much for tuning in here. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash. And on the cameras, Dominic Santiago, Ryan Goebel, and Caden Barnhart. Join us back here in 20 minutes after senior night, and we'll see you for the start of the men's game.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food.
To play basketball and study sports management. Canoa's favorite basketball memory is the competitive practices that the team has had throughout the year. How about putting your hands together for Canoa Ashley? Next we have Braden Dalrymple, the son of Jimmy and Sarah Dalrymple, and Lacey and Justin Robinson. Braden has also participated in a year of baseball and golf during high school. Braden plans to attend Kansas State University in the fall to study business. Braden's favorite basketball memory is upsetting Eisenhower in postseason last year. How about putting your hands together for Braden Dalrymple? Next we have Caleb Harden. He is the son of Matt and Stephanie Harden. Caleb has been involved in varsity club, FCA, and football during his 4 years at Valley Center. Caleb plans to attend Hutchinson Community College to become a firefighter. Caleb's favorite basketball memory is hanging out with the guys before the games, along with watching the C team and the JV play. How about putting your hands together for Caleb Hardad? Next we have Eli Isaacs, is the son of Jeff and Jennifer Isaacs. Eli has been involved in FCA, NHS, varsity club, prom committee, and cross country throughout his years at Valley Center. Eli plans to attend Kansas State University to study business after high school. Eli's favorite basketball memory was upsetting Eisenhower last year in postseason and hanging out with the boys before the games. How about putting your hands together for Eli Isaacs? Our next senior is Gabe Phillips. He is the son of Charles and Peggy Phillips. Gabe has also been involved in football, varsity club, and 3 years of band while at Valley Center. Gabe will attend Kansas Wesleyan to play basketball and study education. Gabe's favorite basketball memory is being able to compete and having a winning record his senior season. How about putting your hands together for Gabe Phillips? Now we have the manager, J.C. Welch. She is the daughter of Amy Bush and Shauna Matson. She has been a manager of football as well as a manager for the boys basketball team during her time here at Valley Center. J.C. plans to study sports medicine, but not sure where at this time. J.C.'s favorite basketball memory is the long bus rides where the boys would sing off-key. How about putting your hands together for J.C. Welch? All right, next up is girls basketball. We have Michaela Hayden. She is the daughter of Troy and Kelly Hayden. Michaela has also been involved in cross country, track and field, band, and FCA during her years at Valley Center. After high school, Michaela plans to attend the University of Arkansas and study psychology. Michaela's favorite basketball memory was when the basketball team played summer ball at Pitt State and had a dance party and played card games in their free time. How about putting your hands together for Michaela Hayden? Our next senior is Olivia Needens. She is the daughter of Jeff and Penny Needens. After high school, Olivia plans to attend Wichita State University to get a degree to be a history professor. Olivia's favorite basketball memory is getting to play with Hallie for the past 3 years. How about putting your hands together for Olivia Needens? Our next senior is Samara Rice. She is the daughter of Curtis and Michelle Rice. Samara has also been involved with Friendship Club and volleyball for the past 2 years. Samara plans to attend college for early childhood education. Samara's favorite basketball memory is sharing a room with Allie Kowash as her Pitt State roommate and having everyone come to their room. How about putting your hands together for Samara Rice? Our next group up is cheerleaders. And first up in cheerleading is Lauren Birmingham. She is the daughter of Sean and Julie Birmingham. Lauren has been involved in Letterwoman's Club, Environmental Club, NHS, and swimming while at Valley Center. Lauren plans to attend Kansas State University to major in interior design. Lauren's favorite cheer memory is cheering her sophomore year at the January Jam game against Heights when the power went out. How about putting your hands together for Lauren Birmingham? Our next cheerleader is Madison Choteski. She is the daughter of Edward and Tabitha Choteski. Madison has been involved with FCC LA, Pride Club, and Stuco within her years at Valley Center. Madison plans to attend Butler Community College and major in elementary education. Her favorite cheer memory is when they ate at Freddy's before an away game. How about putting your hands together for Madison Choteski? And next up, we have Sydney Dole. She is the daughter of Tim Dole and Tracy Dole. Sydney has also been a member of Thespian during her time at Valley Center. Sydney plans to attend Butler County Community College to major in pre-veterinarian. Her favorite high school memory would be playing a seagull in the production of The Little Mermaid. How about putting your hands together for Sydney Dole? Next up, we have Reese Doty. She is the daughter of Mike Doty and Stacy Swin. Reese has also been involved in girls swimming, madrigals, theater productions, SAD, Letterwoman's Club, Stuco, and was student chair of the prom committee last year. Reese will be attending Oklahoma State University to major in political corrections science on a pre-law track with the career goal of immigration law. Reese's favorite cheer memory was going to cheer camp with the cheer team. It was a great bonding opportunity and was always exciting. How about putting your hands together for Reese Doty? Next up, we have Jessie Chiamani. She is the daughter of Edric and Danielle Chiamani. Jessie also has been involved with Girls Group, Letterwoman's Club, FCA, and Environmental Club. Jessie plans to attend Eric Fisher Academy for cosmetology. Jessie's favorite high school memory was when the cheer squad placed third at state cheer competition her junior year. How about putting your hands together for Jessie Chiamani? Next up, we have Brooklyn Rowe. She is the daughter of Jason and Courtney Rowe. Brooklyn is also a member of the track team. Brooklyn plans to continue her academy career in Wichita State University and get a master's in geology. Brooklyn's favorite cheer memory was getting third at state competition last year. How about putting your hands together for Brooklyn Rowe? Next up, we have Leah Smith. She is the daughter of Ryan Smith and Mandy Knoll. Leah also has been involved in Stuco and DECA during her years at high school. Leah plans to continue her education in hopes of earning a degree in psychology. Leah's favorite cheer memory is going to KU for a cheer clinic and having to wait out a thunderstorm in the stadium. How about putting your hands together for Leah Smith? Next, we have Erin Thorne. She is the daughter of Chet and Sherry Thorne. Erin has also been involved in Madrigal's Choir, Girls Group, Environmental Club, and Letterwoman's Club while in high school. Erin plans to attend Kansas State University to major in communication science and is ordered to become a speech pathologist. Erin's favorite cheer memory is traveling to Arc City football game with the cheer squad. How about putting your hands together for Erin Thorne? Next up, we have the dance team. We have Morgan Blanton. She is the daughter of Tony and Rihanna Chavez. Morgan plans to major in dance and business management or marketing at Kansas University. Morgan's favorite dance memory is attending summer NDA camps. How about putting your hands together for Morgan Blanton? Next up, we have Samantha Chavez. She has a daughter, Lionel Ann Chavez. Samantha has also been involved in band, SAD, and NHS during high school. Samantha plans to attend Wichita State University to pursue a career in physical assistance. Samantha's favorite dance memory is the dance competition at Newton High School. She had an amazing time cheering on the other teams and loved the feeling of excitement before her performances. How about putting your hands together for Samantha Chavez? Next up is Sophie Gertz. She is the daughter of Jan and Angie Gertz. Sophie has also been part of the Letter Women's Club, NHS, Link Crew, Mandragals, and has played on the girls' soccer team and managed the boys' soccer team for the past 4 years. Sophie will be attending Bethel College next year to play soccer and take part in their dance team and choir. Her major is undecided at this time. Sophie's favorite dance memory is all the time that they make up funny dances. Shout out to Ella when Coach isn't watching. How about putting your hands together for Sophie Gertz? Next up, we have Grant Hawkins. He is the son of Jerry and Tambra Hawkins. Grant has also been involved in Stuco, Link Crew, and softball at Valley Center. Grant plans to attend Wichita State University to major in business and continue to work with his current talent agency. Grant's favorite dance memory is the fall homecoming prep assembly in his junior year. How about putting your hands together for Grant Hawkins? And next up is Lindsay Isham. She is the daughter of Sean and Lisa Isham. Lindsay has been involved in tennis, band, SAD, and salt while during her years at Valley Center. Lindsay plans to attend Kansas State University to major in interior design. Her favorite dance memory is going to competition. How about putting your hands together for Lindsay Isham? And last but not least is Heidi Lang. She is a daughter of Nathan and Michelle Lang. Heidi has also been very involved in drama club and theater while at Valley Center High School. Heidi plans to attend Kansas University to major in computer science. Her favorite dance memory is driving home from a dance competition in a blizzard and jamming to Britney Spears with the team. How about putting your hands together for Heidi Lang? And ladies and gentlemen, how about putting your hands together for all our seniors and their parents? We thank you for your 4 years here at Valley Center High School.
For reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the
Hello and welcome welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Austin Coas, joined alongside by my partner Caleb Rose as your Valley Center Hornets sitting at 15-4. Take on the Andover Trojans. It's the 1 versus 2 in ABCTL Division II League matchup. Caleb, it's the 4 versus number 10 in the state. It's the game we've hyped up all season. Last time, it lived up to its expectation. Now the Hornets are at home. League championship on the line. The Hornets, they have a chance to tie it with, share it with Andover, and then Andover still has a game, so that's more in-depth for Caleb to talk about this game.
Well, and that's certainly for sure. I'm very excited for this one, Austin. Last time ended in a 70-64 win for the Trojans in overtime, I mind you. That was a heart stopper almost every play. So intense to watch. It's going to be just the same tonight. We've seen both offenses electrify since this last matchup. Hornets are up to averaging 60 points a game. And then the Trojans had some failures as of lately, but they're still just the same team that they've been in the past. They won by a mere 6 points against Goddard. And then we both talked about before this game, the Salina Central game, they were down by 6 going into halftime. And then obviously Jack Johnson had 39 points, absolute domination on his part. But this is going to be big. I think the Trojans are at their lowest point right now. Hornets looking to share or completely own the ABCTL Division II title, and this game is huge, Austin, especially on senior night.
Well, Caleb, you talk about senior night, but I was just down there talking to the players, and this is probably, if they can pull this off, they've all said this is probably one of the most memorable games that they will ever have in their high school career. But we'll talk about the seniors. First off, for Valley Center basketball, the girls seniors that we just saw, we talked about them in the girls game, Michaela Hayden, Samara Rice, and Olivia Needens. But then talk about the boys seniors. They're the Fantastic Five, as you would like to call them. I mean, there's 5 of them. They're great. Eli Isaacs, number 2. Caleb Harton, number 1. Noah Ashley, number 3. Number 5, Braden Dalrymple. And number 20, Gabe Phillips. They're all going to get the start tonight here on senior night. But then talk about the other people recognized tonight, one of them being the dance team. And we have Morgan Blanton, a senior, Samantha Chavez, a senior, and then Sophie Gertz, a senior, Grant Hawkins, a senior, Lindsay Isham, a senior, and Heidi Lang, the senior. And then for the cheer team, we have Lauren Birmingham and Madison Sisilski, Sydney Dahl, Reese Doty, and Nadia Harrison, Shelby Hoover, Jesse Chiamani, and then that is it for the seniors on the cheer team. And so, you know, Caleb, it's senior year. It's crazy to think about. It's our last regular season game here at Hornet Studios, and just the hype in the gym, the amount of people in the gym. Got a little student section tonight made up by some JV players, and they're in their normal spot. It's a great game. Who are your impact players tonight, and we'll go score prediction and everything in between, Caleb.
Well, Austin, first off, I don't want to toot our own horn, but the class of 2021 has been pretty great so far, and expect the same in the spring. I think we got a lot of great athletes and academically fine arts. I mean, we're the fine arts right here and showing off, but like I said, going to be a great game. Jack Johnson, he's up to averaging 20 points a game. He has electrified his scoring. Gaddis has been a great second option for him. My biggest player tonight here is Eli Shetlar, and not a big-name guy for this Andover team, but he's been electric from 3 as of recently. He's leading the state in three-point percentage. He's going to be big around the arc. And then for the Hornets, I would say Gabe Phillips and Noah Simmons are my 2 impact players here for the Hornets. Phillips didn't have the performance he wanted to, 7 points on his 18th birthday. On senior night here, he has the potential to do great things. Simmons had 19 points against Andover Central, and he's going to have a big impact inside.
Well, Caleb, league championship is on the line tonight here in Valley Center. We'll be back here on Hornet Studios after the national anthem.
Valley Center High School are primary for the student participants. The purpose of this activity is to provide positive learning experiences and opportunities for personal growth of the participants. This competition being conducted according to the rules of the Kansas State High School Activities Association. Cheerleaders, officials, and spectators can and are expected to assist in the promotion and achievement of good sportsmanship ideals by taking personal responsibility for keeping this contest at a high level of fair play, wholesome competition. The certified athletic trainer for tonight's contest is Rachel Jensen. She's being provided by Mid-American Orthopedics. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask you to please rise to their hats as the Valley Center Hornet Pep Band, under the direction of senior drum major Deacon Horning, plays our national anthem. Andover Trojans. Also, we welcome our guests, those of you watching on YouTube, courtesy of Hornet Studios.
And here are the starting lineups coming up. Caleb, I'm so excited for this game. I know we both are. And so the starting lineups for Andover. We talk about him all the time, and that's Jack Johnson. He's going to be starting. But for the other ones, it's going to be number 0, Isaiah Mayakori. Number 1, Caleb Gaddis. Number 2, like we said, Jack Johnson. Number 25, BJ Reddick. And then number 23, Jordan Lobb. Excuse me, number 3, Cade Gearing. He's another senior that he's missed a couple of shots in the last matchup that he usually hits. And Caleb, I'm so excited to just announce this last regular season game, Caleb. And the seniors that we've grown up with personally, but they're all going to get the start for Valley Center tonight. And that is number 1, Caleb Harden. Number 2, Eli Isaacs. Number 5, Braden Dowerpool. And number 3, Kanoa Ashley, and then number 20, Gabe Phillips. And man, this is a fun one, Caleb. But the Hornets did lose last time, and it was at Andover. It was in a little bit smaller gym. Jack Johnson, he had himself a night just like he does almost every game. Isaiah Mayakori did not leave Eli Isaacs the whole night. What do you see the Hornets need to do to make the adjustments to come out on top in this one to grab that league title?
I talked about Eli Shatlar, but the biggest guy is going to be Jack Johnson. This Andover team, as I mentioned, they're at kind of a weak spot after a mere 6-point win with all of their players, and no one was injured in that game over Goddard. Mere 6 points. And then obviously what we talked about was Salina Central. The Hornets need to attack Jack Johnson. And I say the word attack because on defense, you always have to be the aggressors. We're going to see Gabe Phillips on Jack Johnson. That is going to be my biggest thing here tonight, Austin.
Man-to-man matchup. Both teams run it. Both teams are very good at it. Here's BJ Reddick, guarded by Isaacs for the first possession of the game. Caleb Gaddis and a steal by the Hornets. They did this in the third quarter last time to come back. Right there, they do it on the first possession.
Well, right there, early on, we see the Hornets with a switch everything type of defense, and that's how you know your coach trusts you, is that any player can guard any player on the opposing team. That's big. I'm interested to see if it pays off. They've been trying to implement that into their defensive playbook throughout the year.
Mike Corey still guarding Isaacs, and then Jack Johnson guarding Gabe Phillips, just like last time. It's almost the identical matchup. These two teams aren't making too many adjustments because last game was so close, especially defensively.
Well, we talked about the cheer seniors and then the crowd in the stands, and same situation. Noise is just as similar, and I think that's going to play a huge factor here tonight with home field advantage for the Hornets.
Gaddis drives in after the missed Jack Johnson floater, and both times come up empty. The Trojans do. Here comes Gabe Phillips in this Hornets offense. Isaacs missed that on that shot on the last possession. Here he is trying to create something for his Hornets.
Well, Austin, that's one of the things I talked about is they're struggling on the shooting percentage side of thing. That is Andover in their loss against Salina South. They shot 37% from the field.
Right there, Johnson drove in. He drew the attention of 3 defenders, which he normally does. And that will be a foul called on Kanoa Ashley. That's his first. He heads to the bench. And Noah Simmons, who had a huge impact in the first game, checks in. He's a normal starter, but because of senior night, he's coming off the bench.
Well, right there, I think that's going to be huge. He had 19 points against Andover Central, and he's a force to be reckoned with in the middle against B.J. Reddick, who he dominated last time. The biggest thing is whether or not Andover will double him like they did last time.
Ball's on the floor, and it comes up into the hands of Isaiah Mayakor. Neither team has scored, and we're 1 minute and 45 seconds in.
Well, and that's tough. I mean, I talked about it last time early on. The anticipation of this game is unmatched. There's not a game that will match this anticipation the entire rest of the year, regardless of whether or not it's playoffs. So you're going to be a little bit jittery, a little bit cold early on in the game. Expect that to expand. Expect the score to continue to expand and to highlight worthy levels.
Here's free throws by Maya Corey. He knocks down his first. He gets the first points of the game for either team. It's a 1-0 lead, 6:09 to go.
Well, Mike Corey, another senior, and he's been a big impact in the middle. He's shooting 57% from the charity stripe.
Right there, he missed on his second attempt, so it's just a 1-0 lead. Valley Center with the ball. Caleb Harden, he drives in. You know, interestingly enough, the Hornets only had 4 players score in the last game, and until the last 4 minutes with Caleb Harden knocking down 7 points in the last couple of minutes. He's told me he's ready to go out here in this game and start hot early.
Well, and against a team like this, it needs to be a team victory. There's no one player who can do this. I talked about that against Salina Central, and the Hornets started spreading the love, and that's when the scoreboard expanded. That's going to be the biggest thing here tonight. It can't just be 1 or 2 players.
Isaacs, a great move on Maya Corey, goes up with the right hand, gets the layup. Johnson almost lost it. If the Hornets were paying attention, could have got a steal.
Well, right there, I said not just one player, but Eli Isaacs continues to amaze with an amazing layup.
Right there, Gehrig misses from the corner, rebounded by Phillips. He tries to push the pace, but Johnson gets his hands on the ball. Here's Maya Corey. Gehrig, another 3 from the same exact spot he missed moments ago, and he knocks that one down.
Well, this is when it gets scary, Austin. When Andover starts to convert, that's when this is huge. If both teams start converting at higher levels, that's when we're going to see that 70-64 final like we saw last time. And I would argue an even better game this time.
Simmons inside, working against Reddick. He'll find Dalrymple, and he missed the first attempt. He goes up once again. He misses his second. Goes up for a third try. Almost got the and one, but he missed that one. So he's headed to the free throw line shooting 2 and trying to tie the game.
Well, Austin, that's a very tough finish by Dalrymple to get multiple offensive boards, and unfortunately missed them, but just the cut that he had right there with the inside for Simmons, and then the perfectly timed cut from Dalrymple to get him inside. That's where this team has developed the most, is fluidity on the offensive side, and it showed right there.
Dalrymple's second free throw after his first one missed. He knocks it down. It's a 1-point game once again, and here's Cade Wilson checking in for the first time tonight, along with Davin Smelsley, who checked in moments ago. Those 2 juniors for this Hornets team that had a very solid role for Valley Center so far.
Well, we talk enough about the seniors, but Austin, like I said, spread the love here tonight. Those juniors are going to have just as much of an impact.
Isaacs stole the ball from Johnson, and it ended up going in the hands of Wilson. Now Isaacs with it again. The Hornets have a chance to take the first lead of the game, the second lead of this game here early. Wilson finds Harden. Harden developed a three-point shot so far in the late going of this game, this season. Here's Isaacs with the ball once again at the top of the key. He'll drive inside. He missed the layup. It looked like it was blocked into the hands of Schmelsley. He's in trouble. Got it back to Isaacs, guarded by Johnson. He'll take him one-on-one out to Wilson from deep, miss into the hands of Jack Johnson. Isaacs tipped it away, but it'll be Andover ball.
Well, Austin, that's the thing about Andover's defense. You talked about it early on, and that's the man-to-man. But Andover, just overall athletes. Every one of these players can play multiple sports, and they're just flat-out athletes, and that's big because they execute the man-to-man defense so well. It's very tough to out-ball handle them just because they're so athletic, so quick, and they understand how to play great defense. That's going to be a tough role, is figuring out how to get around them.
Johnson, he got double-teamed. Great defense by Phillips and Isaacs. Here come the Hornets in transition. This is where they like to play. Phillips on the inside. He's in trouble. He'll go to Wilson, who missed another layup. Valley Center has missed a couple of layups from right there. One of them a couple moments ago from Dalrymple. And then right there by Wilson, back out to Isaacs. He's going to set up a new offense. 3:17 to go in the first.
Well, Austin, we talked about early on jitters, and that's fully understandable. But Coach Unruh wants the Hornets to continue to try and shoot at a high percentage. We saw it against the Atlanta Central, and that's when their offense was electrified.
Simmons missed on that shot. A couple Hornets at the scores table ready to check in. Brady Strauss, who checked in moments ago, he's a quarterback for Andover, has the ball back to Johnson, to Shetler, to Gaddis. He's going to drive inside. He'll go up with the left hand over Simmons and gets it to go.
Well, that right there is what I'm talking about, Austin. Caleb Gaddis, what a move. Gets around a defender, comes back inside, and a very smooth finish there from Caleb Gaddis. That's what I'm talking about with the athleticism of Andover. It shows on both sides of the ball.
Wilson drives in. He pump fakes up again at the same spot he missed moments ago. He gets 2 points for himself.
What a move there by Cade Wilson to make sure his defender committed, and then a quick step back. That's another piece of athleticism. He plays cornerback for this football team, and that is huge. A great move by a young star, Cade Wilson.
B.J. Reddick missed from deep, rebounded by the Hornets, Schmelsley. And so Valley Center, another opportunity to try to take the lead. They've had plenty so far. They just haven't been able to converge. On that low right side block seems to be the Hornets' weak spot right now. And then Caleb Gaddis will be called for a foul right there, a little hand check foul. And the referee going to talk to him about it. That's just those little things that a referee will call, get in the head of Gaddis a little bit. He'll have to head to the bench as number 5, Jalen Beatles, checks in. He's another senior for this Andover team, along with number 0, Isaiah Meyer Corey, who checks back in for the Trojans.
That's certainly something the Trojans don't lack, and that's depth. They have a lot of guys who can get it done at a high level. They have a few guys, B.J. Reddick, Eli Shetlar, who I've already mentioned here tonight, who put a future in this Andover Trojans team, and that's huge. This 26-0 team can continue to be dominant for years to come.
Well, they were 26-0 last year. This year, they're 16-2. Right there, Shetler miss, and then another miss by Beatles, so the Hornets luck out. Here comes the Valley Center in transition. Good ball movement. Phillips will drive in, hop step. He did travel. They weren't going to call it, and then they did. And Isaacs ended up making that three. That could have been huge.
Well, Austin, I'm not one to judge calls from refs, but I feel as though Phillips have the pivot foot planted on the left foot. And like I said, we're up here. Can't always make those calls, but an unfortunate call against Gabe Phillips.
Well, it'll be Andover ball. Beatles with it. It's a corner who has it. Shetler, who kind of destroyed the Hornets from that corner. Isaacs, a tip. He's not lacking of effort. Here's Jack Johnson trying to work against a couple of defenders. That was Strauss for 3. The quarterback, he missed. Phillips going to take it coast to coast out to Kanoa Ashley. Developed a pretty good three-point shot in the last couple of games. His defense by Andover not letting anything easy for the Hornets. Phillips, a turnaround jumper to go up 1 with 43 to go in the first.
Well, this is certainly not the game I expected, Austin. This has been a low-scoring affair. Both defenses have anticipated each other. I'll see if offense explodes in the second quarter due to adjustments.
Well, Jack Johnson, great player. He's committed to Dallas Baptist University, a D2 in Dallas, Texas, obviously. And He's got that little head fake that all good basketball players do, and that almost looked like a clean steal by Isaacs, but the head fake sold it for Johnson. Dalrymple and Isaacs will head to the bench as we got Wilson and Ashley who check in for Valley Center right here. Here's Strauss and this Andover offense probably going to take the last shot of the quarter.
Well, and you say that this game is a momentum-based game. As I've talked about the way the Hornets play, you have to ride the momentum when you have it, especially in a away stadium if you're talking Andover. But at the end of the day, this conversion here late going in the first quarter is monumental in the course of the game.
Johnson can get it done from almost anywhere on the court. He's trying to work against a couple defenders. Beatles out for three. And with 3.4 seconds to go, the Hornets draw a charge on Jack Johnson. And that'll be his second. Nope, that's his first. And with 3.4 seconds to go, Valley Center will have the last shot.
Well, that is huge. I talked about a conversion. Well, right there, it's Harton who draws the foul, and that's huge.
And then Corey steals it over to Shetler. He didn't get the shot off in time. He missed anyway. So we're headed to the second quarter. 8 minutes down, 8 more minutes to go in the first half. 7-6, an odd game. We didn't see this coming, Caleb. Stay tuned here on Hornet Studios. And it'll be Valley Center ball to start this second quarter. What did you see in that first that you liked from the Hornets, Caleb?
Well, certainly I saw an odd quarter. Obviously not what we expected, 7-6 after 8 minutes of play. The Hornets played impeccable defense. They got back quick. I mean, it showed right there a great move by Jack Johnson, but at the end of the day, they're getting back. They're containing the transition game of Andover, which is something I didn't quite expect from this Hornets team. They have shown me out, and that's just been amazing what they've done on the defensive side. Now, if they're able to convert at a higher level, that's when they can start extending this game in their favor.
Well, the student section made up of the JV team and C team, Caleb, they're doing a pretty good job on Johnson so far. But Johnson did make that layup like you talked about. Here is Simmons. Short corner, he tried to find Dalrymple. 3 people in the paint, and Shetler comes up with the steal. Here's Brady Strauss and company on offense.
Well, and Austin, we talk about the pass that this student section has. I mean, it's just been insane routing in the heads of main players. Jack Johnson clearly does not feel that.
Well, he can take over a game so quickly. He has 5 points in this quarter. As you mentioned, he had 41 in the last game, school record for Jack Johnson. And here is Simmons. Quick move. He missed, but then Strauss and Corey went up for it, and both of them let go of it. So it'll be stay with Valley Center. They luck out. And now with a 4-point deficit, they have an opportunity right here. Get some points back on the board. Shetler heads to the bench. Gaddis came back in. Dalrymple, the play that nobody could stop this year, as Dalrymple scored right there off the inbound.
Well, right there, you talked about it. They have to be able to convert, and they did just that, taking every advantage of every lucky play they get. And right there, it's Dalrymple doing that. We've seen that play all season, Austin, and it seems unstoppable.
Gaddis over to Corey. Gabe Phillips lost track of Johnson, who takes the smooth three, and he makes those 100% of the time, it seems like, Caleb.
Well, no hate to Gabe Phillips. I certainly couldn't do much better defensively against Jack Johnson, but that's what he does so well, is moving off ball. That's something I love so much about the game of Stephen Curry, is the movement off ball, and then when he gets it wide open, you know he's going to knock it down.
Right there, Harden drove in with the right hand, and he got fouled as he put it up. So he'll head to the free throw line for 2. And Johnson, who can take over a game so quickly, already has 8 points on this quarter. Excuse me, 6 points on the quarter. 7 points, excuse me.
Well, in Austin, we talked about Jack Johnson, but so far I haven't seen much help for Jack Johnson, and that's been the toughest thing. I mean, Gaddis has 3, and he's heading to the bench right now. B.J. Reddick has had a couple bucket or 2 there, but that's really been it. If Jack Johnson has his school record performance and has no help, that's not going to be a big thing for Andover. They're going to struggle in this game. If he's able to start dishing the ball out like he usually does, and Andover is starting to hit shots, that's when this team is dangerous, but at the moment they're not doing that.
Right there, Strauss missed, but an offensive board by Gehrig. Here's Strauss over to Maya Corey, guarded by Simmons. Isaacs tried to get the steal. Gehrig gonna drive in. The Hornets doing a good job switching everything. And right there, Beatles and Maya Corey miscommunicate. Ball goes back to the Hornets as they're down 4.
Well, right there, we see Jack Johnson kind of out of the play. Then, after he's out of the play, you know Andover wants to attack the paint. That's why we see 3 Hornets in the paint right there. And fortunately enough pressure to cause an off-ball pass.
Simmons out at the top of the key, not his normal place. That'll be a foul called on Eli Isaacs. And Maya Corey does a great job. He's laughing about it a little bit. Maya Corey and, Isaacs and Gaddis both have 3 fouls on them. Those are 2 very, very impactful players in this game. Somebody else is going to step up if you're the Hornets.
Well, and I talked about Gabe Phillips and Noah Simmons, who have been my impact players so far here tonight. Those are the guys who I would expect to step up. I mean, what they've done scoring-wise so far this season has been big. But I would say one thing that maybe the Hornets could try here in the second quarter that they haven't tried so much so far in this game is post entry. That's something that's really developed later in this season, and that would be big.
Johnson knocks down another one. The same play as he's knocked down 3 of them in this quarter as the Trojans take a 7-point lead, 4:50 to go. He silenced this Jim Caleb, and we'll be back here when play resumes on Hornet Studios.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
And back here, 4:50 to play in this quarter, Caleb. What can the Hornets do to stop the only man scoring right now, Jack Johnson?
Well, I would say obviously Gabe Phillips needs to be on the floor. He's got to be man-on-man with Jack Johnson. But you have to understand, as a player, playing someone this elite, sometimes you're going to have to give up your man for just a second, because Gabe Phillips, as great of a defender as he is, it's so tough to guard Jack Johnson that you can't do it one-on-one with him. You're going to have to get some help from your teammates. That's going to be my biggest thing. If they go back to that aggressive defense that they've been playing a little bit so far this season, maybe that would work out. But just understand, as a player, you're going to have to give Phillips some help when he's playing on Johnson.
And that'll be a foul called on Brady Strauss, as Cade Wilson did a great job. Wilson is unbelievably fast, especially you talk about him being a corner in football. Right there, he makes Strauss fall a little bit and have to grab onto him, so it'll be Valley Center ball. 6 fouls to 4 by the Hornets. Eli Shetler comes in. He'll take the place of Maya Corey.
Well, and as much as this is an anticipated game, we haven't really seen much of that aggressiveness so far, Austin. We saw some really sloppy play last time in this matchup, and that hasn't really come so far this game. Of course, that sloppy play was in the second half.
Inside, Wilson goes up with 2 hands. No foul called. Fans disagree with that one. Here's Johnson. He's been the man of the quarter so far. He'll find B.J. Reddick. Over to Strauss.
Well, as much as it was a missed shot, that was a beautiful cut there by Cade Wilson through 2 people, and that was just an amazing look.
Well, Johnson draws about 4 defenders right there, Caleb, and then B.J. Reddick knocks down the triple.
Well, B.J. Reddick, the sophomore center, and he's averaging 8 points a game, shooting near 30% from 3. He's scary when you get him around the arc, but he rarely does it.
Great move by Simmons, no foul called. He's not happy with that one either, but then that'll be a foul called as Dalrymple put up the second chance opportunity.
Well, just mentioning B.J. Reddick, he's done a great job, very much improved since their last matchup against each other, and I mean, that's really the biggest thing. We talked about how this Trojans team, even though they're at a low point so far this season, their players are continuing to improve. We've seen Jack Johnson score at levels we've never seen. B.J. Reddick continues to develop. Gaddis, though he's not had a big night tonight, he's still been a big player so far this season. Everyone's developing, and right there, B.J. Reddick doing a great job on Noah Simmons.
Last outing, Eli Isaacs had 18 in the first half. Right here, he has 3 fouls, and then that will be Andover ball. So the Hornets need to make up some ground with Isaacs on the bench. They have only scored 11 up to this point, Caleb.
Well, Austin, right there, few calls, not in favor of the Hornets. And personally, as a Hornet fan, I completely agree with why people are questioning these calls. But at the end of the day, you got to respect the calls. That's going to be the biggest thing. You got to move on to the next play. We'll see if the Hornets can do that and convert here.
NBA range from Jack Johnson right there, but he missed from deep. Inside, the Hornets going to take advantage of Simmons all night if they let him, but that'll be another foul called on Noah Simmons, as kind of happened last game where he gets a little frustrated on the inside. B.J. Reddick and company try to triple team him almost right there, and a foul call. That's his first of the night.
Well, ideally, you don't want those called, but at the end of the day, you got to look at the bright side. Simmons, who I said is one of my impact players, hasn't done much, but he hasn't fouled so far this game, and sometimes a good performance is only in one half. We'll see if the Hornets can explode, but fortunately, only one player in foul trouble so far.
Right there, Kanoa Ashley did a great job, great hustle from Kanoa Ashley, but then the ball goes out of bounds. His arm was out of bounds when he had possession of it. Shetler goes into Strass, out to Gehrig, who hit it one from the corner earlier. He's 1 for 3 on the night from that spot. So here comes Ashley in this Hornets offense. Without Isaacs, what are they going to do on this possession? Here is Schmelsley, back to Ashley.
Well, they need a momentum shifting play, maybe kick it out for a 3, but we'll see.
Right there, the Hornets turn it over as ball got tipped around. Valley Center, a couple of games ago in Salina Central, they were knocking it down from deep all game. Right now, and what we've seen in the first matchup, Andover does not allow the Hornets to score easy on the inside. They got to knock down some triples, Caleb.
Well, Austin, we're seeing two extremes compared to the Salina Central game. Hornets shot 77% from the field against Salina Central, and here it's just the opposite. The Hornets have to convert the basketball. That is my biggest key right here with the final 2:19 remaining in the half.
Noah Simmons checks back in for Valley Center. He'll take the place of Schmelsley, who came in for him moments ago. Back on offense, a 9-point deficit for the Hornets. Shetler guarding Ashley. Here's a set play for Simmons. Down to Dalrymple, who gets the easy 2 points.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, Austin. The post entry, and maybe Simmons isn't scoring, but it opens up so much. We saw Dalrymple with the same cut he had earlier. That's what post entry does, and it works right there beautifully.
Strauss trying to do something. Almost stripped by Ashley. Great defense. B.J. Reddick out for 3. Off the mark. Rebounded by Harden. That'll be a foul called on Kanoa Ashley. And there's sometimes, Caleb, we want to speak our minds a little bit, but we can't. But right there, doesn't fall in the way of the Hornets. That call doesn't. And it'll be Andover ball. One of the refs questioning where the ball placement should be. It should be baseline. Jack Johnson set the pass in for this Andover team. And in a basketball, you have to be short-minded. The Hornets can't let that affect them too much. Here's Reddick.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. In the first quarter, there was no foul calls to hang over their head. There was not much of a deficit to hang over the head either, and so their defense was almost perfect in that first quarter. That's why it was such a low-scoring affair. Now we're starting to see some stuff stay on their mind, and that's why we see Andover up by 7.
Great defense from the Hornets, but the Hornets lost Gehrig, and he missed again from that corner. He's 1 for 4 on the night. And as a shooter, when you miss a couple of shots from the same spot, you might not take them anymore, and that's good to see for the Hornets. Or he keeps missing, and he doesn't have as much confidence that is Gehrig. And if you're the Hornets, that's what you like to see. Braden Dalrymple shooting a 1-1. He's been at the free throw line multiple times in this game. There he is, knocking down his first to bring it within 6 with 1:22 to go before halftime.
Well, Braden Dalrymple been another one of those seniors and averaging almost 4 rebounds a game along with an assist and a half. And he's been a big role player so far this year. A great leader on this court. And we talk about the senior leadership. That has been huge in this 15-4 season up to this point. That's my biggest thing, is guys like him doing their job and pushing other players in practice.
Here's Sauce over to Johnson, guarded by, you can never tell, a couple of Hornets were always on him, but then Strauss missed right there, air ball, and it'll be Valley Center ball. Gabe Phillips looks like he got knocked in the mouth. He's a little shaken up, but he looks like he'll stay in the game. Just a minute left to play in this first half. Here's Isaiah Maya Corey back in.
Well, Austin, right now, 5 points is the difference. You have a whole minute. Ideally, you make that up. This is a tie ball game going into the first half. But realistically, you just want a bucket. You want some momentum, preferably a 3 going into the locker room. That's my biggest thing right now.
Right there, the Hornets turn it over as Noah Simmons was trying to get around B.J. Reddick. Reddick will run the floor, and Simmons with a pin block. And Reddick is still on the ground. A couple Hornets in transition. Phillips missed. No foul call. Dalrymple puts it back up. 3-point game.
That's what I'm talking about, Austin. Momentum shifting play, and it's Noah Simmons who comes through. What a block. Someone call ESPN, because that was beautiful. And then the bucket on the other side. That's exactly what the Hornets needed.
Well, Noah Simmons flexed on him, big fella. That's a great job right there. Jack Johnson and company trying to take the last shot. The Hornets have all the momentum right now. Johnson working on Phillips. He'll go up with the right hand. He missed the shot. The Hornets have a chance. Phillips going to have to heave one, and he lost it. And Corey missed, but he didn't get it off. A sigh of relief right there if you're a Hornet fan. 20-17. This game is still living up to its hype, Caleb. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the start of the third.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Scored in the first half for Valley Center, we had 1 point by number 1, Hornet, 2 points by number 2, Isaac, 10 points by number 5, Al Temple, 2 points by number 12, Wilson, 2 points by number 20, Phillips, for a total of 17 points. They are shooting 6 out of 20 for 30%, and are 0 for 3 on 3-point shots, 5 out of 8 on free throws, for 62.5% with 21 rebounds. Scored in the first half for Andover, we had 1 point by number 0, by Corey, 2 points by number 1. Dennis, 11 points by number 2, Johnson, 3 points by number 3, Herring, and 3 points by number 25, Bennett. A total of 20 points. They are 7 out of 26 for 26.9%, and they are 5 out of 15 on 3-point shots, 33.3%, and 1 out of 2 on free throws, 50%, and a total of 12 rebounds. That is our scoring over the first half.
because they shot 5 for 15 from deep, from three-point range, and they shot 27 from the field, 2 for 11 from two-point range. It was not a great matchup when it comes to shooting. That's why we're seeing a 20-17 score when both of these teams average over 60 points, Austin. Other than that, rebounding, Hornets won that margin 21-12. Great margin to see them win, to see them succeed in. That was big. Turnovers was 7-4. Hornets had 7. Not great. We saw the Trojans convert on some three-point shots off a turnover. But other than that, it's been an even game. My biggest thing so far, shoot the ball at a higher percentage. I've told you guys that Coach Unruh has been hounding them. We saw one extreme against Salina Central. We're seeing another right here against Andover. The team who's able to convert the basketball here in the second half will come out as victorious and will come out as AVCTL Division II League champions.
Yeah, Caleb. Well, it's the close game we wanted. It's the close game we asked for, and it's living up to the hype. We'll see you back in about 1 minute and 25 seconds before the second half gets underway. And Brian Rascon, we thank you guys for tuning in. You make our stream worth it. And tip-off underway. Excuse me, no tip-off, but be Andover ball to start this third quarter. 16 minutes to go in this game. BJ Reddick over to Maya Corey. Johnson, thought about the three. He'll pass it up to Reddick. He hit multiple threes in that first quarter, Johnson did. Here's Reddick again. He missed. Good box out right there by Harden. Gaddis almost got another foul. Here come the Hornets in transition. Here's Gabe Phillips from deep. That one bounces at the top of the rim, not out of bounds. Simmons, a rebound, and he goes up with it. Gaddis can't foul, so he didn't even try. And Noah Simmons gets the easy two.
Well, that's where that rebounding game we talked about comes into important play, the offensive side. And Hornets had 4 of them and unfortunately weren't able to convert on most of them. But that's the biggest thing, is those second opportunities, especially when you're not shooting well.
Right there, Andover turns over the ball. Great defense by this Hornets team. Isaacs, who has 3 fouls, is in the game right now. He'll have to play careful just like Gaddis, but they're very 2 impact players that need to be on the court. Here's Isaacs into Simmons. He's going to try to work on Reddick. He's trying to make a move. He'll go up with the right hand. He missed, rebounded by Gaddis, and here comes Andover, pushing the pace. Reddick, he traveled. No, his foot will be out of bounds, so it'll go back to Valley Center as they're down 1.
Well, there's that time to convert, Austin. Here's the biggest time that you have to be able to knock down your shots. You have to get a high percentage shot, preferably inside, maybe a post entry, maybe a back cut. We'll see what happens, but this is going to be big if the Hornets are able to convert.
Here's Harden trying to find something. Hornets trying to work the post. Here's Isaacs, baseline drive. He'll go up with the left hand. He missed. Simmons' putback was off the mark. Isaacs fighting for it. Ball's on the floor. That should be a jump ball, and it will be. Possession stays with Valley Center. They luck out right there. They have another opportunity to try to take the lead in the third quarter.
Well, that's the follow I'm talking about. We see a great play by Isaacs. He doesn't convert. Then we see Simmons follow right in there, try and get that second chance points, which have been so huge to the Hornets so far this year. They're averaging 10 per game on the year, but right there, like I said, converting is the key. We haven't seen a team start to convert here through 2 minutes in this third quarter.
Phillips, was working on Johnson. Dalrymple goes up. He'll be blocked. Great coverage right there from Maya Correa. He was at the free throw line when Dalrymple grabbed that.
Well, you say great coverage right there. He committed to University of Central Missouri to play defensive back, and that's what I'm talking about, Austin. All the players on this floor are just flat-out athletes. We saw Simmons block earlier. We've seen a few blocks in this game. It was, my apologies, it was Gehring who had one earlier. It was Jack Johnson, and then one right there. That's what an athletic game does to you, and it makes it a lot more fun.
And Harden goes up, no foul called. That was Garrick defending him. Here's Mike Corey. He won't be blocked that time. He goes up and gets the first points for Andover in this third quarter.
Well, right now, scoring is out of the way, Austin. This is when teams find their consistency. This is when we see teams start to shoot at a higher level. And like I said in the halftime show, whoever's able to do that is going to become victorious here.
Right there, it was a foul called on Jack Johnson, first foul of the quarter for Andover, and then Johnson's second personal. He was going against Phillips underneath. Here's Isaacs over to Harden. Hornets still trying to work that post. Inside, B.J. Reddick does a nice job to cover it, but that'll be a foul called on the Trojans. Two defenders were trying to stop the ball to go in the hands of the 6'8" Noah Simmons.
Well, and you mentioned his height right there. B.J. Reddick fouling because he's attempting to make up for that height that he lacks against Noah Simmons, standing at 6'4" compared to Simmons 6'8". But that's where that foul comes in. He's trying to get big in the middle, and Simmons fortunately draws a foul.
Both teams playing great defense in this game so far. Here's Harden out for three. He airballed. He's been money from the three-point arc in the last couple of games right there, not his shot.
Well, I was wondering when we'd see it. Harden attempt a three, and right there, a little bit of a heat check so far, but give him a couple more opportunities. I'm sure he'll knock him down.
Here's Harden off the steal. Johnson lost it, a 4-on-5 situation, but then another steal, that one by B.J. Reddick. Here he is with the ball. He's going to take a three. Simmons didn't even try to block it, and then another rebound by the Hornets, and both teams not shooting at the percentage we normally see.
Well, feels like a broken record saying it, but that's why we're in a low-scoring affair. Both defenses have played great. I talked about the athletic game that this has been, and the man-to-man that these teams run, and run it to perfection is the reason we're seeing this.
Harden tried to drive in. He got around Gehrig and go up for the shot.
Well, that's what creative players do. He gets stuck right there. He's what we call a dead player because he can't dribble anymore. The pivot foot, and then he's able to find a bucket. That is huge from Caleb Harden.
And Gehrig missed the layup. He's having a tough night shooting, but he will head to the free throw line. No, excuse me, it'll be a foul before the shot. It's the 13th foul called on the Hornets. A couple of Hornets check in, one being Cade Wilson, the other Smelsley, and then for Andover we'll have Brady Strauss and Eli Shelter.
Well, no disrespect there to Noah Simmons, but Gehring with quite a pump fake. That's what high school coaches preach, is the fake and then a shot, and Gehring pursues it to perfection right there.
Right here, Strauss from deep. He knocks it down for the Trojans. Great job by Johnson to draw the defenders. The Hornets got lost in their man-to-man switching defense. Here's Isaacs trying to work against Brady Strauss. And baseline drive by Schmelsley, and he'll be fouled. That'll be a foul called on Caleb Gaddis. That's his fourth. That's huge if you're the Hornets.
Well, obviously a big foul there by Gaddis, but right there we see the Hornets trying to push it around the arc. They're trying to get their three-point shooting percentage up. They know that can get them into this game for good. This can get them into the game long term. Three-point shooting is deadly, and it showed against the line of Central.
Isaacs missed the 10-foot jumper into the hands of Gehrig, and here comes Brady Strauss, who just knocked the three down. Here's Shetler. Back to Strauss. He'll drive him with the left hand, work around a couple of defenders. Smelsley couldn't keep up with them, and Brady Strauss is now on a 5-point run by himself.
Well, Strauss right there, a great move, a great first step, and then inside he initiates contact. That's what good players do on the inside. Initiate the contact, and he finds himself an easy finish.
When Smelsley missed a three, the Hornets just can't shoot from behind the arc tonight. Braden Dalrymple along with Caleb Harden back into the game for Valley Center.
Well, Austin, with the new development of the game, no disrespect to the Hornets for taking a three. I fully understand that, but right now it's not working out. As the game goes on, you're going to see them try and push that ball in quite a bit more because those are the more high percentage shots, and that's what they shot higher percentage at in that first half.
Hornets try to trap Gehrig. Left Corey open. He's guarded by Dalrymple. He'll try to drive in. Great defense. What a late call right there. Is if it was a foul, it was way before the shot. That'll be the first foul called on Dalrymple. Second team foul, and Corey back at the free throw line for his first attempt from the charity stripes since the first quarter. Knocks down his first. Is 2 for 3 on the night. Here he is. It's his fourth free throw in the game. 57% from that mark, and then he knocks down both, so he's 3 for 4 from the line, and 29-21 is our score, late third quarter.
Well, not at their typical rate, but the Trojans are starting to knock down their shots quite a bit more. Haven't seen that here from the Hornets. We'll see if that develops.
Wilson, kickball violation, but he did a great job to stop ball. Johnson, who's been silenced in this third quarter, the Hornets are focusing a lot of attention on him.
Well, that's what you said right there. Jack Johnson has been silenced thus far, and obviously possession still stays with the Trojans, but at the end of the day, the play is stopped. That's what you want to do to Andover. You want to make sure they don't have a high-paced game like they like to play. Smart play right there by Cade Wilson.
And that will be a substitution. Not sure what's going on, but Jalen Beatles will head to the bench as Gehrig checks back in. So it'll be Andover ball. Shaw's guarded by Harden. And he has it. He's going to run point with 2:20 to go in the third. Here's Corey. The Hornets playing their man-to-man defense. They're sticking with it. It's worked so far. Inside Strauss, he goes up, no foul called, and the Trojans go up by 10.
Well, that's tough right there. That's the initiating contact that I'm talking about. And Andover getting the basketball inside, which are those high percentage shots. They didn't shoot great from inside in that first half. In fact, 18%. But at the end of the day, they're converting. They're getting those high percentage shots that they want. And that's why they're up by 10 at the moment.
Well, in the game against the line of Central at halftime, it was 40-36. As it was a high-scoring affair, and right now it's 31-21, a minute 36 to go in the third, and that'll be a timeout called by Valley Center as they are looking to try to come back in this game. It's looking scarce on the offensive side of the ball for the Hornets.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And back here at Hornet Studios, a minute 36 to play in the third quarter. The Trojans just took a 10-point lead. Valley Center's offense is looking non-existent, really, in this third quarter. Caleb, what do the Hornets need to do?
Well, it's simply convert their shots. They've done just about everything right. And I would say in this second half, they haven't seen as many great opportunities as we saw, but they're still not being able to convert their shot. And there goes Andover and Jack Johnson doing what they've done all second half, and that's convert their shots. That's why they're up by 12 right here.
Well, Gabe Phillips did a great job to guard Jack Johnson, but when you have a player of that caliber, he knocks down those shots. A hand to the face, a steal right there from Gehrig. Andover doing a good job moving the ball. Here's Settler from deep. Hornets luck out as the Trojans looked like they were in full control right there. They had the momentum and everything. Then a steal by Shetler. That'll be a foul called. Finally, a call that goes the Hornets' way. That one it won't go the Hornets' way. Shetler had it, and then that'll be a foul called on Gabe Phillips. And so that's the third team foul called on the Hornets. And with under a minute to play now, the Trojans have full control.
Well, Austin, fortunately enough, Gabe Phillips with only one foul. He's been in foul trouble in the past, and Hornets fortunate enough to keep him. He's second on the team in three-point shooting percentage. That's going to be big down the stretch.
Gehrig from the corner. He knocks it down. No call right there. And the Hornets looking like they're trying to get a call, but no fouls have been called.
Well, earlier you had mentioned Gehrig not shooting at the greatest percentage from that corner. There he goes, knocking it down. A confidence booster. That's going to be big. Hornets got to watch out for that. That's one of the biggest things Coach Unrow said is rather than full-on helping the drive to the blocks, you have to just stunt. You can't give them the corner. And so far, the Trojans have been able to find that corner and exploit it.
Gabe Phillips did a good job to draw the foul on Jack Johnson right there. Valley Center down 15. They're going to try to take the last shot of this quarter, gain the momentum back in their favor. League championship on the line. Here's Harden, drives in, he'll go up, and one for Caleb Harden. That may be just what the Hornets needed. Here he is for a chance to get a free throw right here and complete a three-point play. Kanoa Ashley and Cade Wilson check in for Valley Center.
Well, that might have been just what they needed, Austin, as you just mentioned. That's big. Now the Hornets have to transition that. They have to be able to take that and make something great out of it in the fourth.
Harden knocks down the free throw. Andover will have an opportunity to get a shot up. 3.6. Here's Gehrig, gonna take a three. He missed it. Hornets luck out. 12-point game, 36-24. Defense has been all over in this game. It's been the mantra of this game so far. We'll have 8 minutes to decide who wins AVCTL Division II coming up. And it'll be Andover ball to start off this fourth and final quarter. This decides the league championship. Caleb, what do the Hornets need to do?
Well, obviously shoot at a higher percentage, play with momentum. Those are going to be my two biggest things. They played solid defense, not so much in that third quarter, but they have to be able to convert here.
And that's huge because that might be a foul called on number 2, Jack Johnson, which would be his fourth. It is. So 2 players for Andover on the court right now that have 4 fouls. Johnson's going to head to the bench now as Gehrig will come in. But Caleb Gaddis also has 4 fouls for Andover.
Well, we've known this gym to be an intimidating one. The things that this student section has done, a limited student section this year, but the things that they normally do to big-name players has been monumental in a lot of ways. And right there, Hornets catching a break. They have to be able to convert on this. They're down by a mere 12 points, which seems like a lot, but it's really not. There's 7 minutes, 20 seconds to be played. That's plenty of time to start hitting your shots and make a comeback.
Right here, Phillips drives inside into Simmons. He'll go up and over 2 players, no foul called, but he brings the game within 10. Here's Gaddis and company trying to set up their offense. They don't have their rock. Jack Johnson in the game. What are they going to do here? Drives in is McCory. Out to Strauss, who knocks it down from deep. No Jack Johnson, no problem for Andover.
Well, right there, that's big, and you said it right there. No Jack Johnson, no problem. This team has so much depth, and they can continue to convert even when they don't have one of the best players in the state.
Right there, Phillips missed on the shot. Bad miss, that is. Settler missed from 3. The Hornets get the rebound. Isaacs, Valley Center trying to set up a play. It's been successful, is working inside. The Hornets have not shot very well from 3-point land. Here's Simmons guarded by Strauss. He'll go up with the right hand. He knocks it down. And right now, Noah Simmons single-handedly keeping this game alive for Valley Center.
When I talked about the big impact he had in their last matchup and then their game against Andover Central, that's why I said post-entry is so vital. The Hornets have not shot well whatsoever from deep so far. That's going to be the biggest thing here tonight.
Inside, a couple of Hornets regarding one player, and Maya Corey got the layup. 41-28, 13-point ball game. 5:45, Valley Center's got to make up some ground quickly. Here's Simmons, spin move. That'll be a travel. And Andover guarding Simmons when he gets the ball on the inside heavily. He'll head to the bench. Cade Wilson back in. Valley Center's got to create some pressure right here with this full court press.
Well, Simmons continues to show off his moves right there, going on a 6'2" Brady Strauss, and at the end of the day didn't pay off. Well, like I said, you can't give up. You got to keep pushing it where you know the money is.
Strauss almost lost to Isaacs, almost had the steal, but Maya Corey with it. Andover is going to stall just a little bit. They're not looking to score. Isaacs almost had a steal. That'll be out of bounds, and it should be out of bounds off of Gaddis, so it'll be Valley Center ball. They're down 13.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Attack the best players, and right there, Isaacs attacks one of their best players in Caleb Gaddis. He's got 4 fouls. An offensive foul would seal it for the game, and that's going to be big. If they're continuing to attack, continuing to be the aggressors on defense, the offense continues to be the problem.
Right here, another steal by this Andover defense. Hornets playing their defense right now that's been not as good as it was in the first half. Here's Gehrig, an open 3 from the corner. Hornets luck out once again. And Isaacs got past Maya Corey. He'll drive in. He'll go up with the right hand. He missed. Rebounded by Strauss. And, you know, from our angle, Caleb, it wasn't a foul. Strauss just ripped it away. A foul will be called on Isaacs, which is big, because that's his 4th team foul. A lot of players in foul trouble, a lot of big-name players in foul trouble in this game, Caleb. But Isaacs is going to stay on the floor for now.
Well, and that's obviously a big thing. Both teams not converting like they want to. But then 2 of the biggest players in foul trouble on this court. 2 of the biggest players, arguably, in the league, in the ABCTL Division II. And to see that, that's why you see what you see right now on the scoreboard. But right now, Andover, they're using their depth, and the Hornets not so much.
Strauss missed from deep. So still a 13-point ball game. And that'll be out of bounds off of Gaddis. Hornets were looking up the floor to Wilson. Here's an inbound play. As Gabe Phillips is going to be in this middle where the Hornets like to put it.
Well, this is big. The Hornets, I would argue, need a 3 right now. They need anything with momentum.
Phillips, a jumper. He missed. Isaacs goes up, which also missed, which has been the story of this second half. but he's headed to the free throw line. Number 2, Isaacs is. That'll be a foul called on Jack Johnson. That's huge. 4 minutes and 13 seconds to go. Jack Johnson, the best player on the floor, arguably the best player on the floor, is on the bench for the rest of the game.
Well, I think you said it right there, and I don't think I need to explain anymore how huge that is in this game. He is averaging a whopping 20 points per game. He's been an influential player throughout the season. 7 rebounds, 3 assists. This kid knows how to do everything. We mentioned his 39-point game against Salina Central. He does everything, and to see him off the floor, see the number 1 catalyst on this team off the floor, this might very well be the Hornets' chance to take advantage of a comeback.
Shaw's lost it. He'll find Gaddis underneath, who missed the layup. Mike Corey goes up over Isaacs, who gets 4 fouls. And if they're going to call that a foul on Isaacs, which they will, he will now head to the bench with 5 fouls.
Well, an eye for an eye. That is tough, Austin, to see Eli Isaacs step off the floor. Kanoa Ashley subs in. But that's tough. Now's the real test, Austin. How do both teams manage without their biggest scorers on the floor?
Maya Corey at the free throw line. It's been stuck at 41-28 for most of this quarter. Here's free throws. And the first one is made. The Hornets haven't been able to convert on free throws, but Andover has.
Well, and those are those little things that we talk about, Austin, that free throws, obviously free shot, no time. I mean, most teams are able to convert those. Sometimes, you have an off night, but those are the little things like turnovers that can really change the course of a game.
Hornets, we got to get something going quickly. Inside, Phillips trying to work against Maya Corey. We'll get it out to Ashley. Thought about the 3. He'll drive baseline. He'll have to kick it back out to Phillips. He's going to work in. He'll go up with the right hand. No call. And he'll go up for 2 points. Back to a 13-point game. 3:34. Timeout Valley Center. They have 2 left. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Right now, the Hornets down 13, trying to find something as Isaacs is fouled out, and then Jack Johnson also fouled out. Caleb, what do you see the Hornets doing in the final moments?
Well, I'd say they still got time. I wouldn't say final moments, but they still got some time. But you have to play calmly with pace. Right now, aggressive defense. Respect that decision. That's been their biggest thing so far this season. One of the best shooters off the floor, that's Jack Johnson. They can be more aggressive. They don't have to worry as much. I say as much. I emphasize as much. But they don't have to worry as much about three-point shooting. They're going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to force turnovers. And they're going to have to find some transition offense, Austin.
Inside, Simmons lost it. Maybe got a little aggressive right there. Maybe an anger foul. He fouled number 0, Maya Corey. And this Andover defense has only allowed 30 points to a team that averages 60 up. And up to this point, the Hornets still just cannot figure out anything on the offensive side that's easy.
Well, and they've done a great job rebounding. They've done a great job forcing turnovers. This is what this defense does. I mean, they're just a disciplined defense, and teams don't typically shoot well against them.
All right there. Shetler knocks down a 3. Hornets down 18 now.
Well, now's the time. It's now or never, Austin. Something has to start. And I'm going to give most of the time I'll give them hope and say, we have a possession or two that we can, if something doesn't happen, it's okay. But now's the time. Everything has to start right now.
2:44 to go. Here's Caleb Harden, who knocked down the layup, and he's shooting a free throw for an and one opportunity. And he misses the free throw, long rebound, but it was by Brady Strauss, has done a great job on the offensive boards. Phillips almost got a steal. Strauss comes up with it. And then Dalrymple tipped it, but the ball goes out of bounds. It'll stay with the Trojans.
Well, I was just about to say, here's the first full possession of the 1-3-1. Now, here's the first full possession of the 1-3-1. And how the Hornets adapt to switching defenses, adapt to a new team, is going to decide the fate of this game and the fate of a league championship.
Here's Gehrig. Andover's going to try to run the clock out if the Hornets don't get up on defense. They're going to have to try to trap a couple times. That'll be a foul called on Ashley. That will be the 7th foul, so B.J. Reddick shooting a 1-and-1 for Andover. Will be the 2nd foul called on Kanoa Ashley. Heading to the bench is Wilson. Hornets do a little trade in, trade out. Wilson comes in for defense, and then Simmons comes in for offense in the late going and clutch moments. But right now, B.J. Reddick puts the Trojans up 17 with 2:20 to go.
Well, you blurted out that number, and that is now 18. Austin, three-point shooting is vital here. Hornets have to shoot better in this last 2 minutes, 15 seconds than they have all season, than they have against Salina Central. That's going to be the biggest thing. How do the Hornets play around the arc, and if they're able to knock down three-point shots?
Phillips almost lost it out of bounds. Here he is off the rebound on his own miss. He'll find Dalrymple, who's going to take a three. He knocks it down from deep. And that brings it within 15, under 2 minutes. You talk about the three-point shooting. Dalrymple, who hits clutch shots for this Hornets team in the past. There he does, knocks down one. And that'll be a timeout called by Valley Center. And Caleb, with under 2 minutes to play, may be too little too late, but we're not losing hope here at Hornets Studios. What do you see the Hornets coming out and doing?
Well, right now, if you're Coach Unruh, he's emphasizing this is what we have to do. This is the expectation. We have to shoot a high percentage. We have to knock down our three-point shots. And then he's probably setting them to play. After timeout, you got to create momentum once again. But you have to be able to shoot at a high three-point percentage like I talked about. Defensively, stay aggressive. You want to continue to force turnovers. You can waste no seconds down by 15 with under 2 minutes left. And they're going to continue to be aggressive. The 2-2-1, they might shift into a 1-3-1 depending on what happens in the half court. But they're going to have to shoot at a high percentage, and they're going to have to be aggressive.
Here's Shetler. This Andover team. Well, finally, it'll be a foul called on Kanoa Ashley. That's the 4th personal called on Ashley. Excuse me, 3rd. And here is Strauss at the free throw line. Coach Unruh wanted the foul to be called on Strauss right there. So here he is at the free throw line. In clutch time for Andover. He knocks down the first.
Well, Austin, that's the toughest thing, and certainly some very, very questionable calls tonight. You can say that about either side, but that's the toughest thing is now you can't let that hang over your head. You have to do everything right here, and nothing can hold you back.
Ashley thought about the three, find Phillips underneath. He'll go up with the left hand and one. So Valley Center, they're not shooting the ball well, but they've had opportunities to get and one opportunities. And here is Phillips at the free throw line to try to capitalize off of it.
Well, Austin, I talked about the necessity of the three-point line, and so far they've done a good job of pushing the ball inside and converting inside. They've conserved time. 15 seconds between two possessions. If they're able to keep that up consistently, maybe they don't have to shoot at a high percentage from three, but they're going to have to convert every time. They've done a great job of that in the paint.
And may have got away with the travel was Gehrig, and here's Andover. Their ability to run the clock out as Gehrig almost lost it. Dalrymple couldn't hang on to it. As it looks like the Hornets were about to trap. They run that trap so well. Here is Strauss trying to find B.J. Reddick. He will.
And Austin, that's the aggressiveness I'm talking about. You have to be able to force turnovers. Trap has been their main way so far this season to force some good turnovers, get in players' heads. That's going to be the biggest thing. I'm interested to see if that continues.
Right there, second foul called on Gabe Phillips. And Maya Corey back at the free throw line. He's only missed one from the charity stripe tonight. He knocks down his first. Back up to a 14-point game. Here he is at the line once again. Knocks down 2.
Well, and those are those little things, Austin, right now. He's knocked down what I believe is 5 free throws throughout the game, and that's the difference between a 15-point game and a 10-point game. And Mike Corey obviously coming up clutch, but every little thing matters in a big game like this.
Well, that'll be a foul on Strauss, and it was at the three-point line, so Braden Dalrymple at the free throw line for 3 shots. First one rolls in. These are big points. Like we said, if you can get points while the clock is stopped, it's going to be huge down the road.
Well, and we'll see if he continues to convert, but that's just as well as a 3-point shot if he's able to knock down all 3 of them, and that's just huge, Austin.
He's knocked down 2. He's got another opportunity. Game's 13 points right now. That one off the mark, almost rebounded by the Hornets, but it'll be Shetler with it. Valley Center's got to get up on Andover if they want any chance of coming back. And it's not done yet, but it's starting to look like a lost cause. It'll be Strauss back at the free throw line for Andover.
Well, Austin, as far as I know, this is what I heard from Coach Arnon today in class, but as far as I know, the Hornets playoff game, but yeah, the Hornets playoff game will be this coming Wednesday right here at home versus Mays South. They locked in a 2 seed, and the most likely scenario is that considering records and seeding, they will likely have to travel to Mays, and we know how good that Mays team is. That is going to be just as big of a game this season, and like you said with the girls game, it's do or die in the postseason. Every game, every play matters.
Yeah, Caleb, and this game was just for a league championship. It's not like the Hornets season is over. They're still going to have a home game coming up. But, this is the one that these boys wanted a lot, and they showed the fight out there. It's just sometimes the Hornets struggle making shots, and Andover's defense it reminds me a lot of the Heights game, where they match the length of this Hornets team well, and when the Valley Center is not shooting the 3-ball well, it's hard to beat these teams.
Well, Austin, I've said this after every one of their practices, but after every one of their losses, the Hornets have 5 practices in between games, and the question is, how do they recover? This is a team, really any playoff team, who goes on to win a championship. They heat up right before the end of the season. If the Hornets go into practice, take this loss personal, go into the playoffs, win some heat, they can do some great things in the playoffs, but the biggest thing is how do they recover? And practice tomorrow is going to be my determining factor, Austin.
Well, Caleb, we'll have the seniors head to the bench, as season's not over yet, but it is their senior night, and it does demolish the thought of a league championship, as Andover will beat the Hornets twice. The only team to beat the Hornets this year in league is the Andover Trojans. We'll have 5 seniors head to the bench. Caleb Harden, Eli Isaacs, Kanoa Ashley, Braden Dalrymple, and Gabe Phillips. And they're not done yet, though, Caleb.
Well, and almost shedding a tear to see them fall in their last league matchup. This senior class has been impeccable on the basketball side of things. I mean, these athletes have worked so hard, every single one of them, to make this program and this school better, and they have just done so much, not only as athletes but as people. It's amazing to see what they've done, and like you said, season isn't over. There's still a few more games to look forward to. Hopefully a state title run. We'll see as the season goes on, but sad to see them go out.
Well, that'll be the ball game. Final score 58-40. Andover came out and they sealed the league championship with a dominant performance in the second half. And we'll be back against Mays South here at home next Wednesday here on Hornet Studios for this boys team. And then Again, we're not 100% sure how the girls' live stream is going to look, as we do have wrestling on Saturday. But that's it from us here at Hornet Studios. I'm Austin Coas, joined alongside by Caleb Rose. Have a good night.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Welcome to Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
At 1-800-JUNK-PRO, we make dumpster rental easy. We rent small, medium, and large residential driveway-friendly dumpsters. No surprises, no hidden charges. Our dumpster rental rates include delivery and 7 days of rental time. 1-800-JUNK-PRO Dumpster Rental. We deliver it, you fill it, we pick it up.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832. 3, 2.
We are dedicated to helping families celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Each creation contains a small amount of cremains, capturing the essence in a swirl of color and ashes, sealed forever within beautiful art glass. Ash weights provide a unique and beautiful way to hold and treasure your memories while honoring the spirit.
We all do things every day to stay healthy and safe. We all want Kansas businesses, schools, and other services to safely remain open. So we all need to do our part and encourage others to join us. To keep Kansas open this holiday season, wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large social gatherings, and keep your distance. Kansas businesses depend on it.